ships don't curl. Take a closer look, you may be surprised. If you open the book, it might have you shook, it might have you hooked. Balloons up so high, showing the truth, curve like a fish eye. What's the real truth? There's no pictures, it's all Photoshop. You can't have pressure without busting pipes. It don't seem right, it don't seem gravity is fake. Nothing is that strong now. Planes can't fly straight now. If the earth is round, it would have to dip. If the earth is round, couldn't see the big dip. If the earth was spinning, balloons wouldn't fly around. It wouldn't fly. We can see too far, we can see it. The earth ain't round. If the earth is round, it would have to dip. If the earth is round, couldn't see the big dip. If the earth is round, it would have to dip. If the earth is round, couldn't see the big dip.
This is the MellowDome.
99, proceeded, 3, 2, 1, ignition.
Yeah. Say hello to them fellows. The nugs sticky like marshmallows. Always ready to go, reppin' that wake and bake show. With Austin Austin and Christian Knapp. Better put on your thinking cap, cause they're getting down to the nitty gritty. And sometimes they don't look so pretty. From Sandy Hook to 9/11, hear them out at your discretion. From flat earth to moon landings, all aboard and listen to your captain. And pack a bowl while you at it, cause staying baked is a habit. Fresh out the oven, it's time for discussion. So much knowledge you might get a concussion, cause you are now in the mix with the slickest of the slicks, the kings of the throne. Yeah, this the MellowDome.
They the type to change your mind, make you rethink and rewind. Spark a thought that goes shine, bring sight to the blind. No matter where they wrong, it's the MellowDome.
What's up,
right.
mellow heads?
What's up, everybody? Welcome to MellowDome, episode 37, the girl with Kaleidoscope skies. We got a very special guest, Cammy Nodell, our friend.
Yeah,
Much love.
Our favorite guest, probably. I mean, they don't get much better.
Most definitely. Her third time on the MellowDome. Hey, Christian, hold the fort down. Kaylee's calling me. Calling my phone. Sorry, guys.
You look amazing, Cammy. Your hair looks great. I can't hear you.
You can't hear me.
Oh, there you go.
Can
your hair looks great.
Well, thank you.
Good.
I didn't do anything with it at all. I'm kind of a mess and going, but I'm enjoying it. I'm liking the outdoor life. I hear you are nearby. Super nearby.
In the trailer, you know, I got the freedom to go different places, and so that's what I'm doing. I'm just like setting it up. We're gonna do Thanksgiving with the kids in Myrtle Beach, the children, I mean, and yeah, there's just like lots of fun things going on around the East Coast, and it's just cool to be back in the stomping grounds of Flattoberfest, you know, and I do like South Carolina. This is a cool state. And so it's been the state that, if you look at the East Coast, it's probably dealt with COVID the best. And, you know, they seem to have a governor that's not really playing the COVID game, which is kind of cool. And, you know, in general, people believe in freedom in this state, and there's not a lot of Karens or Nancys or whatever, you know, like other states. Yeah, the strong. That's where people in South Carolina, they're the strong, you know, in my mind. And it's cool, dude. I coming from Boston, it's a whole different thing. New England and all the oldness of the roads and everything like that. And you come out here and you got these narrow roads winding through these pastures and hills and lots of, you know, it's nice. I really dig it, you know, just kind of it's a much different vibe than up north. New England's been really bad, and I just am kind of psyched to be out of the area for a little bit. New England, just like, they bit hard on the COVID thing, and basically whatever California did, New England did as well. Whatever Massachusetts did, all the New England states did. And I lived in Massachusetts, and it just sucks. The people, the school systems, everyone there. Is that a body? Is he
Oh my God.
is he walking out a body? Oh my gosh, Bob.
You
Bob,
muted Cammy.
was that Zach? Was that Zach?
And that's not a body, believe it or not. That is a feather bed off of our mattress, and my husband wants to know if it's okay to go into the washing machine or not.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. Man, I
It
just
did look
thought
like
maybe.
a body. That was an interesting look.
Yeah, it's like an episode of First 48 back there.
You never
Like,
know what's going to come through the doors here, going on here between the dogs and the boys, and hopefully no dead bodies. Yeah, we found that. I mean, I'm a Colorado girl. I don't know if you know that, but I grew up a Colorado girl, and my parents grew up Colorado. Same with Bob. We're multi-generational Colorado people, and so we were looking at the direction Colorado was going, and it was just getting crazy with the homeowners and the watering restrictions, and just the way they were pinning you in life in general. The supermarkets, the whole layout, and that, it's like everything was designed almost. It's hard to explain. Like the parking lots were all designed for Columbine style, that you couldn't get out of a parking lot. You had to, I mean, there's only one way in and one way out of everything, and everything feels like a little maze. And I couldn't even, the feeling of it was so un-Colorado like to me. The mountains and the freedom, and I mean, I really did like growing up in Colorado. It was a beautiful place to grow up, but it changed. It changed into New California. So like when
New
you were
California,
saying,
yeah. I was just gonna say, it just like they all latched on to basically whatever California did. Same with Washington State, and it became like the whole coast all the way to Colorado.
Right, in Colorado, we got the earthquakes. When they had the earthquakes in California, a lot of the people moved to Colorado. So we had a huge influx of California into our state that pushed us right along, right with it. But it didn't feel like a independent state anymore. We didn't know. We left and we had no idea where we were going to go. When I came into this part of the country, because I've traveled pretty much. I mean, I've been several places around the world and around the country, and I always thought I would land in Hawaii. I really did think, and it would have been nice to land in Hawaii, but it's very, very expensive to land in Hawaii. South Carolina, I missed out on it. I did New York and, California and Texas and, the states in between, Illinois and that, but I missed the southeast corner other than Florida. You do the Miami, fly down to the bottom, Miami in that area, but I missed this entire corner. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. It's underrated. It's the weather is gorgeous. I'm outside right now.
Yeah.
And you're right.
It was a beautiful really day today.
Beautiful.
It went from 34 degrees to 70. Right, and it was beautiful, and it's
I love it when it's cold in the morning and you walk out and it's
crisp
smell.
I'm telling you,
he says, it goes good with a nice cup of coffee,
and a
right,
blunt.
And
that damn right.
And then the river behind me, I love the river. I'm looking out on right here. It's dark right now, so I can't see the river, but where my desk is facing is a river.
You got a river behind you? That's really cool. Do fish? Are there fish in it?
We've seen little fish in it. We've seen we have a resident snapping turtle that hides. Nice. It's beautiful. We've had cranes come and land. Zach's taken some fabulous photos, so I could bring some photos up. But more than anything, we have this dam. We have a dam on our property that nobody knows who built. It feels like it's right from Tartaria. It really does. I don't know. This was
Wow.
the direction we were going to go with on this show, but when you come over and see it, we can go in that direction if you want a minute, and I can show you a few pictures. That
Wherever
I'd
you
like
wanted to
find
go,
some up.
Cammy.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'd love
well,
to.
give
That's
me a
pretty
minute.
wild.
You guys talk a minute. I'm going to take me off camera and look for these pictures really quick. So talk 1 second, and I'll bring some up. Okay.
Sorry
Yeah,
about
no
that at the
problem.
beginning. That was my wife called. She's having dinner with her sister, and she forgot I was going live at 7. So
Oh, I
I
gotcha.
had to answer if she's calling. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, no problem.
But when she's pulling that up, let me just show this really
Ted
quickly,
Silmer,
guys.
what's up, bro? We're
Um,
just talking about South Carolina.
Hell yeah! Let me show this really quick. I updated the MellowDome website, the merch. I added some options, and I just want to bring them up real quick. Here's one. This is blue and yellow.
Yeah, dude.
And then here's another one. This is orange and red.
That's dude, that's
Right?
the way it looked in the morning time when the sun was coming up, like on the horizon. Seriously, in the Blue Ridge Mountains, I looked off to my left, and that's what it was like. Or
Here
it could
is
have been
pink
like
and
that.
orange. What about
Oh.
that? That one's dope.
Yeah, dude, that is really cool.
We got green, yellow, blue. And then we got the smoked
nice.
out style.
Smoked out style is pretty sweet.
Yeah. Here's my favorite, though. This, I think, is going to be like the hot seller right here. And the first person to have one of these is going to be Rasta Bear. It's already en route. Is this right here.
Oh,
Damn,
dude, I love it.
Fucking
It is
love
so
right?
good, dude. It's so good.
And you catch all this at MellowDome.com. You know, $25, probably rounds up 28, $30, depends where you live or something like that.
Dude,
But,
I'll tell you what, I've been taking good care of my shirt. I'm wearing it tonight, but like I take it out of the washer and I just hang it on a hanger and just like let it dry, air dry, so I don't like beat it up in the dryer, you know?
I throw mine in the dryer and the material is still good and the logo is still good. And
All right, I'm just trying to extend the life of mine
Oh, yeah, I
as
hear
much
you.
as
I hear
possible.
you.
These are sweet, dude.
And it
I wear
doesn't
mine
shrink.
with pride, dude.
Hell yeah, man. MellowDome, baby. Where the best souls roam, right?
Yeah, I love talking to people about the show too.
Yeah, we're
Now
going to work
I have share screen blocked out.
Uh-oh. Hold on. Blocked out. Just click on it. It should once you
All
click
right.
on it. There you go.
All right. So you
All
see
right,
a screen up there. I'm going to browse you through because on my photos,
Yeah.
they're just random, but this is in my backyard and we'll get you a different view of coming in with my son and his friend.
Okay.
And this is from behind the dam. I'm actually behind the dam, but let's go from, that was Hilton Head.
2 minutes still.
This is the dam.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Oh, wow. That's big. Damn.
It is big. We can get pictures of if Zach was standing
Wow.
here, his head would be about to here. It's taller than Zach. It's over.
Oh, shit.
And it was not really advertised on the property. When you go out my backyard, let's see if I can get you back to photos. And I have a mismatch of them. Here's where I'm sitting right now is my desk.
Oh, that
Which
is so
is
cool.
Awesome. Yeah.
And it's like a mess. So that's where I am right
Man,
now.
that's so cool, Cammy.
And then the view looking out for it, here's the gardens that Zach built, and they're all gardens now. But if you look at it down here, this is the dam right here. And the
Wow.
boys were sitting out on the river. So you just
So it's close. You could actually generate some power there for your house.
right. That's what we're looking into with the dam because it's rather neat. I mean, it's a neat. I'm excited to show it to you in person.
That is cool.
More fun stuff on the things, but here, like, just a different feeling of it. This is again him putting in the beds, and there's more there, but I'm looking right down the river right now.
So
That's
cool.
awesome.
Very fun.
I'm telling you, South Carolina, it's
That looks very peaceful.
oh nice. You're doing some fishing? Oh,
This
no.
is-
Looks like you're holding a fishing pole, but you're not.
I don't know what I'm doing there. Somebody is taking my picture. But it's the little trail. This trail runs a green belt. Like again, up the hill is my house that you're looking down on. You can then walk down some little steps and go down on these rocks, and you have the
Right.
little islands and that. But through this direction here, it makes a canopy. This is in the fall and the leaves are gone, but it's lovely in the rain. You walk this way and it can be pouring and you don't get wet. And then when you walk
How
in the
long
other,
is that trail?
it goes probably about a half mile, and then in the other direction, it opens up into a 4.5 acre natural park that's part of the homeowners association that has picnic tables and that. That it ends 4 houses. The public property ends 4 houses before our house starts. So this is
Uh-huh.
actually a private property here that people do walk and take the trail sometimes, and we encourage it. It's too pretty to it really is too pretty to like not let people play when you're oops, that was gross, with your stuff on it. But this
Awesome.
is when it's flooding over, and here's Zach and Hank, me watching from the office. You can see the screen,
Wow, that
and
thing flows.
this is the river running where it goes completely over the dam and up. This was where we had the remnants of, I think, Hurricane Fred came in, and if you
Right.
look at that, that was making a
You got
lot
like
of
a little
noise.
Niagara Falls back there.
Mm-hmm.
I bet it sounds awesome.
So it
Oh
does.
yeah. Rushing waters.
But
Yeah, right.
It's like the sound of a train in the distance.
And we're getting into this view again where we're starting to lose it's so different and all in that. But yeah, I'm now at 1 year in Carolina and am just in love with it. It's really hard not to be.
Yeah, it's a
The
beautiful
state,
place.
the attitude of the governor that vaccines will be mandatory when hell freeze is over, I've got to like and appreciate.
The vaccine
yeah.
will be when what is over?
Hell freeze is over. Is
Oh,
when
that's
he'll have a
that's
vaccine
what he
mandate.
said.
He'll guard the rights for no mandatory vaccines to the gates of hell is how he phrased it. So I know I
Isn't
landed in the
everybody
right
in that
place.
state? Isn't everyone in that state considered part of the militia or something like that?
They are. We're getting ready to, because we're now here. You have to be here at least a year joining it. But yeah, you can join in and be part of the South Carolina militia or part of the state. In which case, again, you have gun rights in that. But this place is a good place to be. I appreciate it. I think more places should emulate what's going on here with all of the local gardening. The stores, they you can grow food in your gardens here and source it to stores. Like in Colorado, you could not go to the King Soopers. You could not grow
Oh,
something in your
nice.
garden and take it to King Soopers and get them to buy your produce or your, there is no local market for something like that in Colorado. Here there is. There's not only farmers markets and things like that, but the local grocery stores themselves. You can submit in your like heirloom tomatoes or different things to sell.
Oh, that's cool.
So it's a good way of living. It's a good exchange. They don't have a lot of the regulations they do in a lot of states that make it very not friendly for survival if the going gets tough and food gets expensive. Because we'll take you off track here on it too, where we're talking about skies. But you look at the cities, and in a place like Denver, you have your postage stamp yards that you have to plant grass in because of your homeowners and your
Right.
sprinkler system, and you spend hundreds of dollars a month to keep it green. I mean, because even though Kentucky bluegrass will survive in Denver, it's not native to the area. You need to give it a lot of water. So you put people in that, it has absolutely no nutritional value. You have no ins, no outs. You have water restrictions, and you have nobody growing food. And again, you have a scary situation. Just a thought compared to a place where, again, you have a more natural backyard. You could actually go and pick most of my backyard and eat it. I have wild strawberries, dandelions, different things that the front yard would even frown upon, because my front yard looks totally different than my backyard. My front yard, you would never, ever know. I'm in a tight little area, a tight little cul-de-sac or a little hill thing, houses right next to each other. You'd never expect a river in the backyard. It would be the last. You just think you're in the middle of suburbia, and you'd never expect a river. It shocked the hell out of me. I
Yeah.
fell in love. It's like what, and the people selling it, they didn't own a house. It wasn't a big thing to them. They let their backyard overgrow that you couldn't see the river. The reason you could see the
Oh.
river was because we took the weeds out and gave the view. When I say we, I mean Zach. Good times for all, who's also at this house. But yeah, it's a
Shout out to
beautiful,
Zach. Big shout out. He's a good guy.
big,
Yes.
big shout out to Zach.
That sounds awesome. And you know what? It's crazy to think that, the ideas like letting people sell to grocery stores, what they produce in there. I consider that now like forward thinking. And it's really like backward thinking, in terms of just they don't want to regulate anything, right? But in this world of regulation, that kind of lack of regulation, I think, is forward thinking,
It's very forward thinking. Some of the regulations, one of Bob's favorite things, and that we learned this about South Carolina, is raw milk. Are you familiar with raw milk?
Yeah.
It is illegal in most states.
Right.
And I looked into this. No, I normally can't drink milk. I normally get very sick with milk, and I can drink raw milk. It turns out that when they homogenize, or not homogenize, but pasteurize the milk, they kill off everything, including some enzymes that helps you digest. And so a lot of people that cannot drink milk and get sick from it are just fine if you have the raw milk and not pasteurized. They regulate it and make it illegal because the way that we treat cattle and the way that we treat them, we put them on top of each other, standing in their own feces and their own shit. They're not allowed to move.
Dude.
It's disgusting.
Disgusting. I milked cows with my dad when I was a child. It's disgusting.
It's gross. And so what happens is the way that we treat animals, it's dangerous to have raw milk because species get splashed into the milk, and that can cause
it's disgusting. Yeah, those things will
disgusting.
suck up the feces, the piss, all of it. It'll suck up whatever it falls into, and it's a mess there. It's disgusting.
And
the cows are already stressing out, so they're shitting all over the place.
Right.
They're not. Yeah, it's gross.
It's gross. So the reason that raw milk is illegal is because the fact that the conditions that we raise the animals in are incompatible,
right,
with healthy milk. They have to be able to roam freely. They can't stand and be in their shit. You can't do it under those. You have to have a much more animal friendly type of environment in order for it to be safe.
And so it brings up a whole bunch of other like moral questions.
Questions. So instead of dealing with those moral questions of are we treating the animals humanely and what is wrong with this product that we have to basically high boil it extreme temperatures to kill off every nutritional value that it had to it, and then we'll add some stuff back in, but we're going to take this product and kill off everything because we made it so gross in the first place. And what they have to do is really look at the humane way. If you treated the animals humanely, your product is safe and healthy, much healthier than I won't drink regular milk, like you said, with the pests and the dirt and everything in it. Just because they boil it out of it doesn't mean you don't know what's there.
I'm telling you, I've been going dairy free, and I like it a lot. I do eat eggs, but they're just
dairy,
eggs.
silly.
I think eggs are dairy, aren't they?
No.
Some people consider them dairy. Some people don't. Actually, it's you're going to get into different areas. I also like eggs, and I
love
typically
eggs.
go dairy free, except for I can drink raw milk now. I was dairy free because I couldn't tolerate it, but I can have like a milkshake or something like that, and it's really a treat.
Yeah.
I became a fan of almond milk recently. My youngest loves it.
Dude, I'm into
almond milk.
Oat milk. Oat milk is like so creamy, and I've had oat milk ice cream that's really, really good, and totally dairy free. And I've my kids now are off the dairy. Like
nice.
when they're with me, they drink almond milk and oat milk.
Nice.
But It's
if you got
things like collecting rainwater. It, I'm sure a lot of the I'm sure it's the same for a lot of states. You're not even allowed to collect rainwater for some reason, and I wouldn't be surprised if South Carolina, they would not put any kind of restriction, I don't think, on collection of rainwater. It just is like basic thinking, that the state is employing. It's just like common sense, and all the other governors have lost their rocker. They're off their rocker, like left, right, whatever the governor is, they're just falling. All of them are just falling for the whole thing, and South Carolina, maybe South Dakota, maybe there's something with all the southern South states, but there's just a few of them that have actually said no way. And if that's an actual quote, the mandatory vaccination when hell freezes over, that's awesome.
He
That
said to
means
the gates of hell. He would fight it to the gates of hell was his
Oh,
quote.
that's
So that's pretty
awesome.
good. Yeah. I
Yeah.
feel good about it, and I feel that's the way it should be, and why other people are not having some common sense that, again, coercion is not consent, and going down those lines can lead to all kinds of, again, as soon as you can be coerced into anything, you can be coerced into everything, and you need to be careful where that path leads you.
yeah,
So
that's real.
Yeah.
And the South will rise again. No, I'm just playing. Southeast is where it's at, though. That's where it's at. People need
I'm
to come
glad.
to the Southeast.
Definitely. And Christian is already here again, 25 minutes away from me, so he's going to come over in the next day or two.
Yeah,
And we'll
definitely.
play
yeah.
with
I've been
like,
having a great time with Stavely and Ted and Karen, and got to hang out over there and explore some of the countryside with my dog, which has been great. I can't seem to find a dog park though, which is really sad. Outside of the RV campgrounds that I'm in, I can't find like a fenced-in dog park. There's a couple in Spartanburg, but not even in Shelby, the town of Shelby.
I do know the town of Shelby, yeah. Well, I would think that there's so much outside available that people don't think about that. Will your dog run away if he's outside, or?
My
Is
dog,
it Lizzie?
yeah,
Lizzie?
yeah, Lizzie needs to be on a leash or in a fenced-in area, or in my car or the trailer or something like that. But yeah, she's a hound, and so she'll catch a scent or a rabbit and want to go following it. I haven't totally tested this. I mean, she's gotten away a couple of times, and I've called her back, and she's come back, which is good. But I wouldn't trust her. But we can figure something out. Hey,
I don't really know how to
Globebusters.
segue into the sky stuff, but I'm really interested in what Cammie has been. On the Globebusters, she'll have like little bits and pieces. She'll get into it on the Globebusters, and those moments I feel like are like full of gravy. So I'm excited to have her on and give her the opportunity to express her thoughts on the sky and all that good stuff. So.
Yeah, it's such an awesome topic. There's like endless amount of thinking you could do about the sky in my estimation. It's, I believe, been put there to make us wonder. Like there's something really valuable in the idea of us being people that wonder about stuff. Like that is a magical gift that we can look and we can think about possibilities and wonder about the sky. So it's awesome to have her here to talk about it. Cammie?
I'm right here now. Hello?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
We
Loudest.
just we just gave you a big intro,
I
and
heard
then I thought we lost you.
you did for a second with my microphone on and off. It doesn't click in sometimes. The sky is full of curiosities. It's full of mysteries, and the more you look at it, the more you wonder. If you put up on my screen, my screensaver, which is the Flammarion, and you put that up, I have it up on there. It's just my background. Most people will recognize this as the Flammarion engraving. Really, really popular in flat Earth, and it catches a lot of people's attention for good reason. It's very eye-catching. The title of it, or the story behind it is Camille Flammarion came across this intaglio woodcut engraving. Now, an intaglio woodcut engraving by itself is pretty spectacular. It's if you think of an engraving, it's almost done backwards. It's intaglio versus cameo if you think of jewelry. So it would be something that you would stamp out and get the imprint. So the colors were added in later. You have it on there. But what it was the man peeking outside the dome where it was broken. And the more you look at this picture, it's a good way to open up Kaleidoscope skies. When you think of the skies and the way they look and the way that you look at them, I'm going to see if I can get you to look at them a little bit differently than everybody else's, just because we can, because this is the MellowDome and this is about possibilities.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. I'm excited.
So the first thing that we do when we do this is, and I think you guys familiar with the Bible, or that you're going to have the layers of heaven. We think of heaven and earth and we stop and we think of heaven and earth, and it just works that one way. There's heaven and there's earth, and the heavens are out there, and that's really a universal or a globe way of thinking of things. If you go back through all of times, it's always been the heavens multiplied above us. It's nobody's ever said that there's never been a source that has made it a single object. It's always been like layers of the heavens. Heavens were in the Bible where the birds fly, and then you have the place where the stars were. Look where your stars are on the Flammarion. Your stars are on this dome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're separate. They're their own layer all by themselves. So when you take the skies, I want you to think of the skies, and I want you to start separating them into different layers and parts. And I think in order for us to put them back together correctly, you almost need to do that. So
the Bible does say that too, though. It has the heavens in plural, and it describes the firmament in different, or the skies, like the different heavens that have, like, these are for the birds and the clouds, and then these heavens are for the stars, and so on and so on.
Exactly, on this one and so on. And I want those details on it. So they're going to say, and your stars fell down. I believe your stars toppled down at the end of the Bible. But if you look at the Flammarion, look carefully, they are like they're on a surface. The other thing that you're going to, I like the Bible as source. I've picked up descriptions from just about every source you can about what the heavens look at, from the Bible to elves, to tarot cards, to Greek mythology, to every mythology, to you run the gamut. In other words, if they've described the heavens, the Vedic, I've looked at it. And again, the one thing that's always in common is you always have the layers. And your layers on here, when you look at it, if you look at it, you'll see your sun and your moon are outside of this layer. And they're projecting in. Here's your sun and your moon, and they're projecting in as the sun and the moon. The fact that they put faces on it makes you wonder.
Caught that. Wow.
Yeah.
So again, looking at the different things on seeing it, if you go into, if you were at any of the things where I do the live Miroscope presentations or that, you can kind of see how things can be projected in, and we can maybe get into some of those.
You want me to bring one of those up while you're talking?
Did you want to? Sure.
I can, yeah. The one with the crystal in it, or the one where you're using the light? showing
Yeah,
any clips or?
do any of the ones with the Miroscope and we'll walk through it. You
Okay.
can surprise me.
All right.
Even with the eclipse in this, what he's going to be putting on the screen is something called a Miroscope, and this is a child's toy. And the reason I have so many of these children's toys is one of the things that we look at with descriptions is that the firmament part of the heavens, a separate part of the heavens above the stars, but the part called the firmament, which is described as an expanse, not where the stars are, but an expanse of looking glass. Well, if you take two pieces of looking glass and make a vault of looking glass, what you have is you have a natural hologram emitter. What he's got in here is, I don't know if it will play for you good or if it's stuck, because that's a really bad angle on it. But this is tinfoil. You're looking at a hologram. And what I'm doing, you're looking at a hologram of tinfoil. So there's tinfoil down in this little, we can show you like one of these little gadgets, but it's just a top and bottom of a looking glass. And if you do a top and bottom of looking glass, what you get is you get a natural hologram emitter that has some really spectacular functions to it. First of all, it's got all of the physics of parabolic dishes. So it focuses energy. It focuses not only light, but it focuses heat. It focuses cold. It focuses any energy you put in it. We could put a video up here of a piece of ice in it, and your hologram will be cold. This one, you're going to see me doing it. And again, the bad angle on the photography, it's not helping. But what you're seeing is this hologram is catching light. It's the hologram itself is playing with light, and it would help if it played. Because I've got some bad angles.
I got like a really bad connection right now. It's telling me, but I'm working on it. All right, it's coming back.
See if it comes back, and if not, we'll pick a different one because this is one of the blurrier ones anyway. But we play with the fact that if your firmament, or if you think of like outside of your dome, it really is made out of a fluid that's like a shining river or a vault of looking glass, you have a natural hologram emitter. Do you have a different one you can play on there? Maybe one that shows fluorescence or even?
Yep, that's what I'm gonna bring up. That one. It looked like you were trying to replicate an eclipse. The one with the Miroscope, or
I can. Yeah, sure. Do that with the Miroscope.
Is that the one you were talking about, or the other one? Okay.
Either or. Just showing you. This is showing you playing with light outside of it, and I'm going to do phases, which again is a whole other video. You can get phases to create themselves naturally. But what I'm doing is I'm doing it with the little pin light outside of the dish. And if you watch, your moon's going to disappear if the video plays.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. 1 second. All right.
So again, what you're watching is I have a little pin light held off to the bottom right, and you can see that outside the dish. I'm taking it and shining it on a hologram. The object itself is down inside the dish.
Right.
And so as it's shining, the hologram is playing with the outside light on there, and you can get it to create phases. You can pretty much do anything, but you can also get it to project through. Let's see. I'm going to share screens with you. I mean, I think I can do it a little bit faster this way. Hold on 1 second.
Sorry.
Okay, I think I have you up right now. First of all, what I'm going to show you is because we're doing this blindly, what the MellowScope is literally a vault of looking glass. So if you take it from the side view, oops, that's not the side, or you're seeing it through the side view, but if you see, it's just glass inside the vault. What you put inside, holographs on the outside out. Not sure if you're seeing what I'm seeing or not on the screen.
That's the hologram machine.
Yeah, we have it.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Oh, interesting.
And we're just showing playing with light. This is all, again, just a mirage. I'm just showing you how vivid like your mirage can be and how realistic. You can put your finger right through that. That's not real. And this is something that, again, Christian, if you come over here, we can bring out the toys. And if you're filming and interacting, it works better with a second person. It's very hard to manipulate the light, hold the camera.
So
and
you
get all the
can
angles all by
reflect light
yourself.
off of the projection.
Yes, you
of the
can.
object.
And you can make shadows off of the projection. You can do all kinds of things off of the projection itself. So that we're just, again, taking it back, and we're going to go back to our screen. Do you see the Flammarion again?
Yep.
Oops, and I'm closing pictures here so I see you guys. And I apologize 1 second because I have a lot open. But if you have the Flammarion on here, we're going to say that your firmament, if it really was, we're going to take a leap of faith right now. And we're going to say that in our heavens above in the firmament, if the sun and the moon and the wandering stars really were in the firmament, they would be up here in the firmament. And you can see they even show them in different layers. And I'll explain this in a second. But if they were in layers on here, they'd be holographing in. But that doesn't have anything really to do with the stars. The stars are already there. They're coming from a different place. So this is what, when we're talking about kaleidoscope skies, or what are we looking at the skies, I think it's important that we stop back and really look at them as different entities. Like look at the stars separately, from the sun and moon separately, from the wandering stars, because you're going to get different paths on them all. I don't know if people have watched Banjo just recently released Flatter Smarts by JC Adam Carter. And I don't know if any of you guys are watching that, but I would highly recommend as a practical way of looking at things that work. And it will touch into it, but you'll notice that you have your circle that Polaris, you have your stars that circle around Polaris, you have your sun and moon and your wandering stars that go around an ellipse that's different than your perfect circle of Polaris. And then you go to the fact that when you look at star trails, now let's go into Terra. You look at star trails and you photograph them. This is what we're getting time and time again.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's going on?
Is this only in the south?
This is happening. What this is this is a 360-degree 3-hour star trail panorama. Or many people do this. They do this all over. They're stitching together pictures of either taken from the equator, or they're stitching together the different locations between like South America, Australia, and the North Pole. But they're taking and they're stitching together your panoramic pictures, or from the equator, and they get this same pattern time and time again.
I think you would get something like that if all the stars around Polaris are laid out on a big firmament, and we're just sitting at one spot under the dome, and so you can only kind of see a portion of the sky, but that portion that you're looking at, depending how far out from the center you are, is going to have like a lot of like really interesting patterns, because it's, the firmament's going to be going around the whole thing maybe, and you're somewhere in between the center and the firmament itself. And I just think you'd get a lot of swirling patterns like that. It's just like where you are, you're going to get a different pattern, I think, wherever you're positioned on the plane. If you're in close to the center, your patterns, if you were to look up, might be perfectly circular, right? And then as you go out further, let's say you're out in like Chile or close to Antarctica, you're going to get all kinds of strange patterns, I think, looking at the stars, because you're only seeing so much of the sky, but the firmament's like go in the full circumference of the plane. It's fascinating to think of them all being like on separate layers within the firmament, but I think that there's definitely something to be said for I mean, is the idea that the sun itself could be like that mirage generator? Like if you think about it, the hole that's at the top of the that mirage generator is where all of the rays are being focused, so that something at the center of that mirage generator will be projected and appear up at the top where all of the rays are being projected to. You know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying, and you have that exactly. If you think of that miroscope projector thing, and if you turn it upside down instead of the way that we're showing it to you,
right,
and put it, that would be your physical sun outside of it.
Yeah, you invert it, like you push it inside out, and so you have the stars in there, and then the light from a certain point could be focused on that one spot that would be all the intensity of the light would be right there, just like that hologram thing does. It
would make a interactive hologram that it would feel the energy. You'd have a strong focal point, and that is the difference. You know what? That's actually a very good. We're going to play with that a minute. And hold on 1 second.
I forget where I was, like an airport or something like that, but they had parabolic heaters in the airport, where they have a parabolic, a big dish, and then they had the light source, which was like an electric heater in the middle. And it was amazing how much magnification took place, like that parabolic reflective surface was taking the energy that was being produced, and it was like focusing it in a way to keep like the entire outside of an airport warm, but it is amazing, like when you get that kind of concentration of light, the sun, I get the feeling that the sun is a smaller source that is intensified by the shape of the container that it's in, so you get a something that can warm entire oceans. It's like if you think about the size of the magnifier that we have a firmament above us, and if you were to, I mean, you can burn ants, right, with a magnifying glass. So there's
that's exactly right.
So if you can burn ants, you should be able to like make things cold with the moon, doing the same thing, right? With like a piece of glass or a mirror. Like if the moon is giving off cold, like they say.
Oh yeah.
Would
you be able to amplify the cold?
Right.
I don't know the answer to that. Like
Um,
if you had a cold source and you had it in the center of a dish, would it?
would you like to see it in video?
Yeah.
I think, did I drop it into yours, or here, if you go to Good Times Sprawl channel,
Oh yeah. You sent it to me.
is there one that has a piece of ice and a mirror scope?
Piece of ice. I have
It may not be that one.
no.
I'm gonna stop sharing
I
one
don't have one with
second.
ice.
Okay, I'm gonna send you over a video. I keep talking a minute while I pull you a video because I can drop this over in the chat.
Okay.
Because you're asking that specific, and we measured
Yeah,
a piece of ice in a video, and we did a video on it right here.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
So here
is it Zach's video?
it is, and in private chat, I am dropping you the link if it lets me.
Here, I got it right here. I got it.
Just playing
Yep.
with Cammy's
Okay.
mirror Skype and some ice word stuff.
No, I'm saying I got the playing with Cammy's mirror scope. Yep. All right, let me see. I hope it plays. I don't know what my internet was doing earlier.
I could try launching it.
I put it in the private chat if it makes it easier for you to do it.
You want me to try launching it on mine?
And let me
just
see if I
share
can get
screen.
it. Maybe I can get it. All right, bringing it up. Ah, shit. Okay.
Playing with the Cammy's mirror scope, some ice, and a thermometer. That's all you would need to try to reproduce this one. This is cool.
Can you guys see it?
This
Yeah.
This is gonna take a while to set into my brain. This is it's crazy. You can see Minion over here. It's in his loving. Such a good big boy.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, what we have here is a mirror scope and a laser thermometer. We'll point it at it a few times here so you can see what's going on in here. It does change temperature. You'll get 104. You go down near the bottom, 102. Go up over here.
99.
99, 102. There's all kinds of. Oh, look at that one. That one kind of jumped down a little bit. 67, 74, 89.
It's wigging it out. I see like a million different reflections of the light.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it jumps around a little bit. I think the higher up here it gets around the edge, it might get cooler when I got really far down in there. We got like a 76, a 69, 83, and then when you get down here near the base, yeah, that's when it starts getting warmer, it seems. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna take a piece of ice right here, and we're gonna set it inside the mirror scope. Oop. And we have it resting down there. Now the cool part is, when you back up,
And put them onto the, crack them and do one.
there we go. We're just gonna do one piece of ice. All right. Now, as you can see, it looks like that piece of ice is right up here. And wow, it's already doing it. It
No.
feels a little bit cooler.
Wow.
Dirty fingers. Playing with the rocks. quite a bit actually. You can feel it up and around too. It's amazing.
So you can still get the high temperatures when I don't know if you can see where I'm pointing it in there. It's hard to pick it up. I'm not hitting the ice, and I'm getting 91. And then I'll go over here, and I'm not hitting the ice on the bottom. As you can, the ice on the bottom is down in there. And I'm going to be aiming it over here this way. Now watch this when I'll hit it right here to the side, 88, 93, 94, and I'll just move over a little bit and hit it in that
look at that.
hologram. 48,
Wow.
47, 50. I'm getting out of it now. Is that not wild? It's picking up the hologram. Now here's what happens when I hit the ice directly. You can see I have to point straight down.
What's the reading?
And there I'm getting
The freezing temp.
36,
Yeah.
see?
38,
But when I back
36.
up, and I'll just aim it at the hologram. No way for me to hit the ice from over here. Let me clear it off. And I'll hit that hologram.
Wow.
Look at that, 44, 45, 50, 48. No way am I hitting that ice from this angle. The hologram is producing it and making it cold. I'll hit it at this angle over here. And it's still 80, at least 80. Nowhere close to 44 when I put it. But when I hit that hologram, 42, that's just insane. It blows my mind. This is going to take me a while to wrap my mind around it. But this is actually producing a cold image. The image that the hologram is making is almost focusing the cold right here. You can feel it.
That's so cool.
I mean, I can go right.
That's amazing.
The piece of ice.
So your
Now,
question
it
was
could be
is
it coming up just out of the hole.
yep.
Yeah. So the moon. Go ahead.
So we're saying that could the moon be making cold moonlight? Yes, it could be. The hologram itself, when you're touching this, I want you to keep in mind on the dish that the hologram, the way that it emits it is it emits it over, like your eyes flip it. So the ice is underneath the right hand side of the dish and his finger is on the left hand side of the dish, the way you're seeing it. In other words, his finger is not directly over the ice at all. It
Yeah,
is crossing
right.
it is crossing the hologram over. But it creates a hologram that if you put something hot in it, you can feel it's hot. When you put something cold in it, you feel it's cold. And it does. It produces like a parabolic dish. It produces a focal point, a definite focal point that has a little bit more than, again, it's very, very easy. I sent you some pictures of just where it was pictures of stuff on my desk.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
a whole bunch of globes and that. And I will show you how easy it is to get projections to go into a dome-like material. So if you pull up that picture, it will show that it's really, really, really easy to get projections, and your projections will
Pictures. You sent me You sent me videos. Of
videos,
stuff
yeah,
on your desk.
videos. Yeah, videos,
Right.
and it'll be the stuff with the globes and the stuff on my desk, the little videos where you see all kinds of stuff. Go ahead and pull one of those up, because I want you to see how easy it is without a miroscope, just without even trying to get projections to go into a hemisphere type of dome.
See how different images propagate into things.
Is it this one?
It is that one. So I want you to look at like all the little domes on my desk. Those are picking up those balls that are rotating right there. I'm not doing anything. Notice that they're reversing it. They're picking up rotation. Look at, and then when you change again, where you are changes where they are. So that's a very interesting thing about the projection.
Oh wow! Look at that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. It's on the opposite side of it. The moon. You see that?
Exactly. And play it again. And again, look at the full movement. Look at the way that the moon is, or the fake Earth is spinning compared to the way it's spinning. And there, when we get another thing, but as you travel, and you go back to like the beginning of it, it will be it will be, first of all, observant. It will be depending on where your angle is that you're seeing it, where you're seeing in there. But you see how well they project in there without.
Yeah, very well.
Yeah.
So getting holograms to project and getting visual things to project is pretty darn easy. I'm doing nothing on here. I'm doing nothing but placing
Just light
different heights
in
around.
here.
Yeah, that
Wow.
sunlight coming in. There's fingerprints all over everything. It's not a high quality. This is just, again, a working hands-on. So I look and see, how does light play with things in reality?
Right.
Very cool.
And right now what you're doing is you're seeing it's very, very easy to get projected skies naturally. They want to happen. But with our sun and moon and our wandering stars, something more happens with it. More energy happens with it. You get what you have, like with your parabolic dish, where it's focusing the energy, where you have cold spots, you have heat spots, you can feel the radiance off of the sun. So you have somewhat of a more physicality to it than just an optic hologram. It has, again, more texture to it, more feeling. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. You
So
know,
there again,
oh, go ahead.
oh no, I was just going to recap again. There, it's really, really easy to get it to project, but it's getting the properties out of it. That's where it would be really helpful to have a vault of looking glass. As soon as you have a vault of looking glass, you have the most efficient hologram emitter. It's completely, when we make hologram emitters, we think wires and we think of plugging things in. But what we're not thinking about is that, like, everything is made from solids that grow here. All the metals we have, they grow in veins. You see them, you can see how you mine them in that. A vault of looking glass would even get a lot more effective than any parabolic dish that we're even designing if you did it in such metals as like the noble metals, the platinum family, platinum,
Yeah.
iridium, rhodium. These are all crystalline materials that can take and focus and augment energy. So you start thinking that if the firmament really was a vault of looking glass or an expanse of a fluid of looking glass, you start opening up a lot of possibilities. And we haven't
Definitely.
even gotten into the star rotation yet. I took you entirely away from it, but these are the projection. This is going to be what I'm showing you with like the sun and the moon, and we're going to do the wandering stars on your Flammarion. Going outside of it, we're talking about, this is the stuff out here that's being projected in, and when it's being projected in, it's being projected. Do you have my screen?
No, you want to
No.
reshare it?
You sure?
This is great, by the way. Thank you so much for coming on. This is
Well, sure.
fascinating.
Are we having
Yeah.
fun, or are we over? I know that we're going in a lot
No,
of
this
directions,
is
but this
great.
is the MellowDome for fun on doing it. So
No,
we were
this
talking-
is
this is
perfect
I
for the
love it.
MellowDome.
Hell yeah.
Mhm.
And everybody in the chat is enjoying it. They're all having, everyone's learning right now. This is great. I really appreciate you coming on.
So now when we look at the Flammarion again, we take it further. And again, this is, think about this being your vault of looking glass and your layers and layers of heaven even. Got a little cough there. Your wheel here, I almost see this as your vortex or your quadrupole, and we'll put that into it. I would see this as your North Pole, because remember, it's being projected in reverse into here where you're seeing it.
Fire in the hole.
Yeah, fire it up.
It's the MellowDome, puff, puff, pass. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
Something's caught in my throat. But we're going back to the stars and projected on. You have something else fun with parabolic dishes that I want you to show. It's Chris Pontius's
Oh yeah, I have
movie
that.
we did that.
Man,
So
that was so good. I watched that a few times, and I showed Kaylee. So cool.
I liked Kaylee a lot, by the way. I could play with Kaylee.
Thank you. Man, my boys had a great time upstairs with that table.
No,
My oldest, he digs Zach a lot.
Zach is really easy to dig. This is what we need to tell Karen, and we need to tell people is like, she did have a letter from somebody that wasn't happy because on the Flattoberfest, I don't know, it wasn't what they wanted it to be, and they thought maybe it should be like more interactive workshops or something like that. And it's like, well, you know what? Did he even go upstairs? Maybe
Right.
what he wanted was there, and he just didn't even bother to find it.
Yeah,
But I
seriously.
thought Pepperfest had everything there,
Yeah.
everything going.
Definitely.
So much hands-on stuff upstairs, dude. Like it is like a little class.
We had the kids. He was saying things that like would be fun for the kids doing that, and it's like I really think that the kids had a great time upstairs. I know I did with them, but
Oh,
I
yeah.
thought that I thought like almost all the kids that were there came and did some hands-on learning and learned a lot about crystals and a lot about light and a lot about magnets and that. So it was definitely, and a lot about rocks.
Oh yeah.
Totally.
Can't
Hey,
please
I was
everyone.
gonna say, Cammy, I went to a airplane terminal one time, and they had big bronze parabolic lights. Okay, that were fancy. I mean, they looked really expensive, to make. It was like a big parabolic, thing with the light in the center of it, and you could basically get your head up inside of this thing, right? And
Ooh.
and it was wild because you could experience this the sun, the light source at the center never changed, but you could kind of move your head around inside the dome and see what it's like from different angles. And
it changed.
Yeah, it was very much like what we experience, like in our skies, as you move around, it was like the sun was setting. It would kind of like stretch around and then it would like disappear from your view. And it was just exactly like, and it was just by getting your head up inside of a dome, and experiencing it. And that's what I thought would always be really cool, is if we could create a good model like Chris Pontius, like the model that I saw at Karen's place was amazing, with the localized sun spinning around with the moon and everything like that, and then all of the whatchamacallit, the constellations built into the firmament and everything, and it was really cool. But if you could get a camera up on the inside of that, and try to create some of the things that we experience here, just as a little camera looking up, as if that's one person sitting on the plane looking at the dome from the inside. You know what I'm saying?
I do. And again, on any of the things, you need to always put the observer's viewpoint into it when looking at things. So you're right on that. You froze a minute. So did people see on the Chris Pontius see-through hologram, what he's doing is he's taking a clear parabolic dish and he's shining lights, and they're appearing as stars on this dish.
Yeah, I'm
I don't know
showing
if
it
we
right
can get
now.
this. Okay, yeah, get it big on here. This is amazing.
Let me put the audio
Chris
on.
Pontius, for people that don't know him.
Yeah, you can see it from every angle.
Sorry, I'll mute it.
No, go ahead and do that. That's fine. We were
Okay.
all definitely.
Floating it's just floating there.
Oh, what is this hologram?
Whoa.
Wait, keep doing it, guys. Keep doing it.
Right here.
Oh, yeah.
See my,
And then it goes away. You gotta be at the. Wow.
And I
So that's what the sun and moon are doing.
Yeah.
apparently
It's
so.
the apparent.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly, gentlemen. Oh, yeah.
For you to get to though.
It's the parabolic and the
That
copper.
is amazing.
This is that's why everybody sees the same angle. Of
Exactly. It captures exactly.
No matter where you're at. You'll
Yes.
Because it's cold.
But
The
all of my
actual hologram itself is
right
dry.
coming back. and
So
it's
I
all-
would
it's
say,
all
I would have to say,
You're kidding
Then
me.
I have to take something back. I said. The heat
You
was
are getting
just
this.
like
Yes. Right. Sorry. What is it?
That's so cool.
Yes. That's right.
Phenomena.
Phenomenon.
Hey! Sweat.
Phenomenon.
That is cool, dude.
So basically, a sun could be created from the.
So where's that light coming from right now?
That's
Or like, where's it coming from? Behind him or in front of the glass? Where?
It's coming from in front of it, and it's projecting itself and putting itself back out. So it's coming from behind where Chris is right there, and again, it's it's holographic. It's not on the dish. It feels you can see it from different angles. You feel like you can grab it. People are trying to grab it.
And why does it form a star like that?
He did a star. He did a little starlight thing. So he did the shape of it because he was doing a demo, shining a light from behind.
There it is, right there. That's
Mm-hmm.
what it was projecting right there.
Right there, exactly. So we're saying that even coming from underneath. So this is coming from underneath, and then just what happens when you were to hit a parabolic or a lens on top of you. So again, you have all of these different possibilities of things that are going on. That I think are all pieces of the puzzle. Chris Pontius, for those who don't know him, makes some of the best models in flat Earth. He's done incredible work, and you're right, he does them with the constellations over the top. He puts the sun and lights moving. He's did all of the artwork and everything for all of the different conferences, on the international conferences and the different working models. He's amazing. I would love to. He's moving right now.
South Carolina.
I'm hoping that would be really nice. I don't know if he's decided where to go, but that would be really, really nice. If there is somebody I'm very, 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 I don't know if jealous is the right word. I'm envious. I want to play with him. I never wanted to leave his workshop.
Nice.
You heard me. I was a little bit excited when I was over there, but he's got machinery. He's got the makings to make all of the little toys that I like to play with, and because my things don't exist in reality. Well, that one parabolic dish that I was playing with, the bigger one that we were playing with the ice in it, that was an older Meriscope. You can't find those anymore. That one got destroyed when I left a penny in the dish, and the sun hit it, and it actually carved a groove out. You could see the perfect sun's path in the hard plastic above it, because the reflection of the penny, the heat was so strong that it cut a line and cut through the plastic. Wow. That's how powerful it was.
So you should be able to use one of those in like direct moonlight and make something cold, like, right? Like
that on those projections, the projection coming from the above with the double mirrors, the double parabolic that I was using, the Meriscope, and projecting that would I guess you could run it from underneath or above, but a double projection of mirrors, you're going to get more of a 3D effect on it, that you're going to feel the heat and the cold of that more. The effect that he was doing, it's more of an optical effect. What he did was more of an optical projection, and like I showed with the other domes, it's really, really easy to get these optical projections. So when you say where are the stars, where is the sun, where is the moon, and you're looking at the different projections and putting them together and how they could happen, it makes you wonder, and it makes you wonder good, because then you try to put together a map from it. What I'd like to do, if this works okay, I know we have some other movies in that too. I want to know if we can take like a 5-minute break, so I can, maybe not even 5 minutes, get a cup of coffee, use the restroom,
sure,
and come back. And I was going to make sense of the Star Trail layouts I gave you, that trilogy layout that you're looking at. I was going to go over one possibility of what that might be, and why we might want to look seriously at this possibility, because as we're trying to come up with good technology to map things out, it's important that we don't get caught on using their imaginary latitude and longitude lines. And so I'm going to play nerd with you a little bit. So everybody smoke a big bowl. And if we're not too tired to keep going,
let's
play
go.
With projections a little bit more.
Love it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when we get back, I wanted to ask you a question. I'd be interested in getting your thoughts.
I love questions. So anybody, we can get a whole group of questions going. And again, if, I'm sure you have a good song we can play. I know you do.
I already got it lined up.
All right. Well, let me make some coffee really quick, and then I'll be rejoining you in a second.
All right, everybody. We'll be right back. Do what she said. Pack that bowl. Get ready. I love this. This has been a great time, right, Christian?
Hey,
this has
guess
been a
what?
great stream.
It's 8:20, dude.
Hey, there you go. Right on time, everybody.
Right on time.
Fire up. All right,
Fire it up, Tommy.
We'll be back. Don't go anywhere.
MellowDome is a beautiful place we've created in our minds to explore the world around us, the oceans and the skies. We want to reach out and connect with humanity, with beautiful souls, truth-seeking minds, open eyes to see. Yo, why they always trying to clown us like Neil deGrasse so-and-so? They must be joking, cause the ass they've been poking, they are working far from broken on another level float. We got to keep the truth flowing, cause they'll be choking as we keep quoting all the facts we've been told, cause the truth is potent, and the globe is broken. We are still, ain't no motion. We know that we don't know. Ooh, that's how we grow. We stop fighting with ourselves. We learn to let things go. Now we all come together in this moment in time for fellowship, to share the truth, to relax and unwind. So, gotta keep the truth flowing, still be choking as you're quoting all the facts we've been told. Because the truth is potent and the globe is broken, we are still, there ain't no motion. The MellowDome is smoking, so take it back, take it home, hit us up on the phone, cause you don't have to be alone. Welcome to the MellowDome. created in our minds to explore the world around us, the oceans and the skies. Want to reach out and connect with humanity, beautiful souls and truth-seeking minds, open eyes to see.
Welcome to the MellowDome. Yeah. Am I the only one here?
All right. Yeah. No, I'm back. Sorry. All right. Much love, everybody.
Yeah.
That was
rocking the
sorry.
chat.
Hell yeah, we got a lot of people here. I like it.
A lot of great folks in the chat.
Young Love, Doc, No Despair Bear. What's up, bro?
NDB.
We got Tommy, Tell the Truth.
Yeah, firing it
Fam's
up.
in the house. We got Fam, Enlightened, Manic. I don't know how to say that. What's up, though? Much love.
Morgan.
Jonathan, what's up? Who else we got here? Waters Above. What's up, Waters? Mary.
Francis Sage. Good to see you, brother.
Hell yeah.
John
Grounded
Wayne.
Grounded Extracts. Jameson. What's up? Nathan's here. Much love, bro. Dawn is here. Much love, Dawn. Ben. Larry, what's up, bro?
KG Up presents.
Oh, what's up, Mikey? Zulu, John Wayne. Hell yeah. Morgan, what's up, bro?
Jenny Spark. She said that
what's up,
she
Jenny?
got a shirt coming to her.
Yep, it's in the mail. Got sent out yesterday. I sent it out yesterday.
Jason
sent
Starr.
a couple out yesterday.
Zach.
Got
Good
Zach
times,
in the
bro.
house.
Good to see you, brother.
I was just on Ironworks this morning.
Iron Realm?
With, Iron Realm Media with Josh and Zach, and then Walt hopped on. It was a good time.
Robert Page, what's up?
I'm going to be on there next Tuesday, too.
Wow, dude.
I listened to you.
Tuesdays off, so you did? Yeah, it was great.
I did. There was no way I could talk. It was way too early, but I listened to you. Everybody do their little wake up. My husband took care of my icon while we were gone. It drove him crazy that my icon wasn't loaded, so he took that moment to make that all right. So if I go off camera.
Nice.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Nice.
Thank you.
He's always looking out for the details, right?
He does it. Things like that drive him crazy, so I love it. So it's great. Every time I do a show on it, it's really funny because one of these times we're going to do it not like 15 minutes before the show, but he'll go to attach me to either Zoom or Streamlabs or wherever I'm going. And they'll always see a million updates that have to be done everywhere. So it's always so I'm never, ever really on time because I'm waiting for the updates there.
That's the worst. Just like all of the and usually with the updates, a lot of times there's like changes that have to happen or it'll break the chain somehow.
It does. It moves things around exactly. But no, it's good. He has it up and running good. So is everybody having fun tonight?
Oh yeah. This has been great.
Good vibes in the chat.
I've been hotboxing the trailer.
I didn't go get anything to drink. I was actually dancing to the music and reading the chat. So I'm going to grab something to drink right now.
Yeah. I'll ask my question, Cammie.
All right.
If that's all right. The question I had is, how the flow of water is very similar to electricity, right? It's like there's amperage and pressure, like water pressure, and it always seems like the water is flowing. Can you hear me all right?
I can.
Okay. And, there are terms that are like ground and everything that if you think about water as being, let's say, H2O, right, is what they tell us. And that's like a certain amount of electrons, and they're constantly like moving, and they're trying to go places all the time. Like, like behind your house, they're gushing over that dam. It's just like all of that is electrons in the water component that's flowing downstream like that. So we're living in a world where there's electrons that are just like rushing all around us, because the water is electricity in that respect. If it's electrons, if it's made up of electrons, and hydrogen has what? Just one electron, right? In a molecule of hydrogen, or two. It's got two electrons, right? Because of H2O. And the oxygen component has an electron. How many electrons does oxygen have in it? This is if we believe in the periodic table. But I'm just wondering, like, the linkage between water and electricity, and the energy that's coming from the sun is creating all these electrons flying around. Water's evaporating, it's going up, it's coming down, it's flowing down streams. It's like, and it's like, if you think about it, it's just flowing electrons everywhere. We're like living in a world of electricity that's flying all around us. Cammy?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So.
And it just seems like electricity needs to get to some place. Like it's coming from a source, like a bolt of lightning, and it's directed towards ground, and it needs to get there the same way that water needs to get somewhere, right? It's seeking somewhere, and it's constantly flowing until it gets to that spot, And so it just seems like there's a lot of similarities in the model of electricity and water, and I'm just wondering what the linkage might be with the sun and electricity, which is radiation, right? And is it being? Do you see it being introduced into a dome that we're in, or do you see it as like all this electricity is kind of like bouncing around into infinity or something? Like if we're in like one of those hologram projectors, the light maybe never disappears. It just keeps focusing and regenerating in the system or something. Like it's heating up all the water in the air, and all of that energy is flowing to the ground, and then it's like coming back up, which is like carrying the electrons back up to the top, and then it's hitting all these noble gases and stuff like that. Do you see us in a container where the energy is totally conserved, or is it a constant flow of energy coming into the system?
Deep, bro.
What's that?
You're getting deep.
No, I'm just like wondering what she thinks. Are we in a system that is constantly conserving the energy and like refocusing it, or is there a flow coming from outside of these firmaments that is bringing in a constant if you do keep adding energy into a system, and the system's contained, it'd be like a firecracker. It's going to blow, right? So is all of this stuff just like electrons? They're just constantly being refocused and then reshot back at us through the sun? And
seems like energy would be siphoned from the sun to the moon.
Yeah, that's you know, that could very well be where it's like anode and a you know, you got a positive and a negative, right? If the firmament is positive and ground is negative, and there's a constant flow of like lightning and, you know, rainfall and everything like that, then you just kind of see the energy that we're in being lifted back up and then brought back down, and maybe it's all just the same energy that is never escaping the firmament.
Nope, can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, we'll put the camera on for this one. That was a super duper deep question. It was so deep that I'm like actually getting a little bit of hash and adding it into the bowl because
Oh,
it was
nice. That's the kind of deep we get here on the
that's the
MellowDome.
kind of deep that you get. What do
Yeah.
I think on this? Okay, first of
It's
all,
like, hold on, let me grab the hash before I think about
let's
that.
grab the hash before we think about this. I'm going to. There are so many questions and so many different thoughts on there that I'm going to like try to address a bunch of them, and we'll go all over the place. And maybe we will make it back to Kaleidoscope skies.
Yeah.
But first, the periodic table. The way I see the periodic table is I see it as charge potential. Pressure mediation, charge potential. So I see positive and negative electrons, and I see interaction, and I see like the alchemy and the ionic bonding and the different ways that we go between them. So the periodic table is extremely useful. You can use it to identify. It lists again the properties and the elements. And the elements, I don't know what an atom looks like. Somebody said, for all I know, it could look like a 4-leaf clover. But what I envision it would look like is not a physical, but a charge potential. And the charge potential is what interacts with things to, again, they build molecules, they build onto things, interact, and we get, again, from their potential, you get your fluids, you get your gas, your liquids, your solids being your most organized and crystalline and most in alignment, your liquids getting a little bit less organized, and your gas and fluids being the least organized at all on it. But what you do is you have the building blocks that you get and build everything out of. And so anything that we even build in technology, we take apart these pieces and do it. As far as where do I think things come from, or the power comes from, or the converter, first of all, I don't think that we live inside a hologram emitter. I think that parts of our system, if they're described, if they function as they're described in literature, they would function as natural hologram emitters. So it's not that there's things that are like the sun and the moon. It's not like they are not there. It's just that where we are seeing them is not where, in other words, if they are in the firmament, if they're in the hologram emitter, what we're seeing is the actual hologram of them and not in physical. So it would be the projections that we're seeing into our dome is the way that I see our sun and our moon and our planets, the wandering stars. The grid itself, because you asked, we're going to share screens again.
Because I hashed.
Salted cedar. No, we can't start over. You should have got here on time.
Come on.
Hey.
Salted.
Tighten up.
Okay, because you asked, let's go back to what we do know about things. And what we do know, we're going to look at our magnetics a little bit. So do we have this on the screen, or am I displaying this on the screen for you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So you see a AE projection with the magnetic lines. What these are declination lines.
No, I don't.
Oh, no, we see the
that.
file folder.
You see what?
The file manager.
Ooh, we don't want the file manager. What about now?
Now we just see you.
Yeah.
let's get rid of me, and we're gonna try this all over again. Let's try share screen. Screen 1. Share.
All right.
All right.
All
We got
right.
you.
Now I lost everything that I had up.
No.
Let's try that again. Okay. So so now let's try this. Do you still have me now?
Now,
Beautiful.
yeah, make that large on it. Can you
Okay.
full screen that?
Boy, do I suck.
No,
All right, here, hold on.
I
Here
don't
we go.
accept that. There you go.
There we go.
There we
Woohoo!
go.
All right. So what you're looking
You're
at
the best,
is
Cammy.
Yeah.
you're the best. Okay, so what you're looking at is you're looking at our declination patterns. These are what pilots apply to, and if you take and piece together their little data maps and stretch that over an AU projection, this is what it looks like. Everybody's pretty familiar with this. If we take this apart a little bit, because you say a power grid and things, this is how I see it. What you see is a declination pattern, or how we read magnetics, would be nothing more than the Faro pattern, or the iron way of doing it, the static part of the electromagnetic field, just one little piece of it. So take one little piece, because we'll talk about how the rest of it works like a river. And this would be akin to if you took our Earth and you took a piece of paper over it and you dropped metal filings. You know, as a child, when you dropped the metal
Yep.
filings over it and you would get the patterns,
Yeah.
this would be the pattern you would get if you dropped the metal filings over the Earth. It's as simple as that. Does that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
I've seen that before.
Okay. When you look at this pattern, what you're looking at this pattern is you're looking at, first of all, in the middle, your middle looks nothing like a dipole pattern, which they tell us we're going to keep away from globe Earth, but they tell us that we have a dipole running through there. So if you look at our magnetic pattern, the first thing you're going to notice is that you have how many poles here? 1, 2, 3, 4. What I want you guys not to do is make this hard. Make it as easy as you can. Count these are the poles. You can see them. So count them. How many poles you have in the middle?
4.
4.
4, yeah.
Okay.
They're like 4 corners.
Like 4 corners. We're going to get into 4 corners too. So if you think 4 is easy in magnetics, that's a quadrupole.
Mm-hmm.
A dipole means that, like a magnet that's got a north and a south. So they say we have like a dipole running through there, which would be a north and a south. What you're looking at here, if you look at your middle, is not a dipole. You have a quadrupole. So 1, 2, 3, 4. What do you have right here? 1 and 2, your 2 colors coming together. That you have your dipole.
Interesting.
Okay?
Is that where they consider the South Pole?
Yeah, this is considered the South Pole on here, but again, we're taking this out and we're going into flatland now.
Right.
So this you have a dipole. Now, first of all, let's go back to our quadrupole and talk about different ways you can create these magnetic patterns. You could take, if you had your stick magnet, they gave you, your little stick magnet. You could take 4 magnets and position them 1, 2, 3, 4, up and down, up and down, up and down. Do you see how you would get that pattern by having like 4 perpendicular magnets? North, south, north, south.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
Okay. Another way you could get it is you could take 2 bar magnets and you could lay them side to side and have north, south, or lay them this way, lay them that way. But you would also show 4 poles like that. Are you following that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Another way you can get it, and a way that was discovered early on, because this pattern has got a lot of significance to it. Another way you can get it is it's something called, you can wrap coils, run electricity, and when you run electricity through a coil, it produces this pattern. And they do it under something called, this is an anti-Helmholtz coil arrangement. So you have your Helmholtz coil or your anti-Helmholtz coil. the pattern I'm looking at here is an anti-Helmholtz coil pattern in the center. So you could also recreate this pattern on there by, instead of having like a magnet in the middle, you could run a coil and it would also produce that pattern. So that's like kind of interesting. But there's another way to produce the pattern that we learned recently, and this has really come into play with the ferrocell and being able to look at the magnetics through a ferrocell. Is we're going to look at this pattern a little bit more. You have a dipole here, you have a quadrupole here, but you have red and blue going off the map here, right? Red and blue magnetically on a magnet, you'll know it's a reciprocating system. Magnets don't just wander off and go nowhere. That red and blue will come together. Where it comes together is not where we have grid lines, longitude, latitude lines, but it will have to come together, and it will have to come together somewhere between South America and Africa. And if you follow the lines, I'm probably holding it a good...
Like you would think right there where your mouse is.
Yeah, getting on the mouse. And again, when I pull the map apart a little bit differently, I'm going to give you a different way of looking at it with the skies that might help you a little bit, because I want you to remember when you're looking at where these are, I want you to remember what we saw with that panoramic sky.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you have a dipole here, a dipole here, and a quadrupole in the middle. So you actually have 3 magnetic rotations going on here. You have 1, 2, and 3. And let's close. Now, the other way...
Everyone in the chat is really enjoying this.
Are they enjoying this?
Yeah, good. Everyone is really enjoying. They're like, oh, I need to rewatch this again, and they're all, this is advanced stuff. This is
smoke bowl type of stuff. This is advanced. This is the perfect. This is why I like your show, is we can get into the very nerdy stuff and possibilities. What we did here, this is some more homemade art. This is a ferrocell. Zach made us a ferrocell here at the house. So anybody watching Ken Wheeler is familiar with the ferrocell. This is our homemade version of it. And what we did is we took 2 pillars, 2 dipoles, and we were playing on the patterns. We wrapped copper around them, because if you remember on a lot of the descriptions on pillars, if you take the word pillar, you can replace it. It's going to be the same word as dipole. So if you think of the 2 pillars throughout any type of mythology, any type of biblical, any type of... Again, it's on everywhere. It's between Masons, it's on tarot cards, it's in the Bible, Joaquin and Boaz. You have your 2 pillars. And the story always goes that if you place the 2 pillars correctly, the stairway appears.
Wow, dude.
Okay. So we were playing with a little bit, and remember...
Now I see why you were talking about the hash.
Okay, so talking about the hashes. Okay, and I'm going to, on the bowl, we're going to take a nice hit of hash.
This is awesome. Look at that. It created that shit.
Everybody created. So what it did was
crazy.
It created this quadrupole. It created a quadrupole all by itself. So if you took the 2 pillars and you placed them correctly, you create the quadrupole. You create, like in the middle, it creates itself the vortex. It's counter space. There's another thing else interesting about this pattern is you would alternate it, that if you were to do a boundary, think about descriptions on when we created heaven and earth, and we'll get into the 4 corners in a minute. But if you set a boundary around it, if you're talking about an electromagnetic universe, and the fact that the things that we feel around it and what everything is pointing into, your boundary would probably be an electrical wire. With that, like your Ouroboros, your snake eating itself, to me, is going to be electricity making a border around. Does that ring any pictures with anybody else? A snake representing electricity, your sine wave and your hissing, and again, your Ouroboros, your boundary. God set a boundary going around it. if you put that element into it, that would work in this system as a degaussing line. So degaussing lines were something they put around ships and that in the war to make it so that the mines wouldn't go off. It would mess them up magnetically. What a degaussing line would do is it would force every compass to point to counter space in the middle, and it would mean that the further you got out toward the edge, the more wigging your compass would get. So the interesting thing about this pattern is it's got a lot of potential that you have your counter space in the middle. You have created by your two pillars. When you take this and pull it out, when you take this and you pull it out some, oops, do I have a turtle on here? Let's do a different up.
Can she hear me?
No, I got headphones on.
Oh.
But she wants to go out.
Go ahead, Bob. I'll hold the fort down.
Okay.
All right.
So when
this is I don't want to leave because
this is great
amazing
right now.
We can go back to watching the quadruple on that and take a break to do the dog if you guys want, because this is going to get interesting.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so take a song break and let's put the magnet screen back on the screen. Let everybody contemplate.
I'll be back, guys.
This, and then play a song and he'll be back. Or do you want me to talk through this? What works?
Well, no, I don't want him to miss anything. Let me I'm actually just gonna play a different song right here. I'm limited on the options I can do. I'm not running OBS yet. I'm still trying to learn that on the side before I even use it for a show.
Oh, it all scares me to death. That's why I like your show is I can get on and talk nerd stuff with people. You guys can run the show because it's so hard to run everything while discussing and talking. It's an art, and you guys do it well. You make people comfortable.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you coming on. This is exactly what I was hoping to get into, like when you showed that map, because I've seen you get into this, like bits and pieces of it throughout recently, the past, couple years, I'd say. And just to see you come on and do it all together at once is really cool. I love it. It's like I'm back in school with an actual teacher. We're all learning something right now.
Well,
we're all gonna walk away with something because the thing with flat Earth is the sky is what's the most confusing to me, and if I could get a better understanding with what's going on around me, that'd be great. And the way you're showing it, on a grassroots level, you're literally you could demonstrate it, on a very small scale like this, and it's, I've said that before. If you can replicate things from the micro to the macro, it should tell you something, we can demonstrate level water and all that, they can't demonstrate a ball, water spinning around outside of a spinning ball. They can't demonstrate that, and look what you're demonstrating right here with these two magnets. I see how the compass would stop working once it leaves that area inside right there, and all of this is just fascinating.
Right. It's fun that when I look at possibilities, and it's a fun thing, and it's my passion. It's what I like to do is I'm curious and look at the possibilities. But again, I don't know. And people are usually they want you to put out information like this is the way it works, or something debatable, or that, where my level is more of a curiosity and more of a what are the possibilities that we're working with. And when you look at the possibilities that we're working with, that again, we're all in agreement, and we're going to show a really good video from Zach that he just put out about the right-hand rule, and we're going to tie a lot of this together. I don't know how long you guys can go tonight? Because I can take
I
this.
can go whenever.
Okay.
I can go all night. I'm off tomorrow, so it's whatever. My wife isn't even back yet with the boys. She went out to go have dinner with her sister and stuff, and they haven't even gotten home yet, so it's all gravy.
Well, this is a fun
I mean,
area
even
that
when they
can.
come home, we can still keep going, you know? I don't have
Well,
any plans in the morning.
your wife can for sure join in. Your wife is great and can join in and do
She
this.
is very camera shy. She would like to do it, but she's not comfortable with it, you know? Maybe
Me,
someday I can get her to do it.
me too. I'm totally camera shy. That's why I turn it on and off throughout. And I could tell her that the more you do it, the less shy you get. But it's not true. You notice I don't have the camera on now. Tell her first go on without the camera, even just talking. Your wife is
She came
great.
on for a little bit. Yeah. She does a lot. I love her so much. She's completely hands-on with the homeschooling. She's really took that over, and she's doing a really good job. Like, my son has already completed, he's starting the next grade, 4th grade. He was finished all the work, and now he's going into the next grade, like next week. They gave him a couple days off, so
That's excellent.
yeah, it's really, we're just using this one program for just the 4 core, and I'm just gonna do that till he's old enough to go get his high school diploma. And then, you know, everything else, it's like she's constantly looking for things for like our own science and stuff like that. Like, and then I'm working like with the history stuff. We're careful with what we tell them, you know.
Right.
Like, we tell them that, you know, none of this stuff that we say is really fact when it comes to history. And, you know, flat Earth, I'm telling them about flat Earth. I just keep all the conspiracy stuff away from them. You know, it's like just the subjects, you know, and when it comes to cosmology, I treat it like I don't teach them any of that NASA crap. None of it, you know. And it's great with my younger ones. There, you know, there's no fight. My oldest, he was in school for a couple of years, so he put up a little bit of a fight, but I beat that indoctrination down enough. Like, not, you know, that's the wrong choice of words, but you know how it goes. I mean, and my son, he was so smart. He's the top of his class. He was the one reading to his class. So he transitioned really well, you know, and he's made friends. He's friends with, he's pretty good friends with Waters Above's son. They play a lot of games. They're always on FaceTiming each other or whatever.
Yeah,
pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't really push the issue very much with my son. He's got like his own realm of things that he's dealing with, his school and different things like that. And I trust these kids if we show them the real science and we show them the things that
Yeah.
again, the hands-on demonstrations are everything. I know I love the kids at the different festivals we do. They pick up magnetics, and what we're doing, they pick it up a lot faster than we do, and they see the potentials and the possibilities. Our answers lie with the kids. They're so bright. I really, really enjoyed working with them. It makes it all worthwhile. I'd like to maybe work with your wife some and put together some different things about crystals and rocks and things they don't teach you that are reality, like rocks grow. They're growing all the time, all around you.
Oh my God, yeah. Like, that was crazy. I never thought that. It just never came to mind that that's how that works. You know, it's so fascinating. I believe we're like living on a giant crystal. You know, that's what I feel like we're in sometimes.
Well,
you know.
Well, when you look at, again, if you look at go back to your periodic table or play, you know, with your charge potential and your different ways of lining things up, when you get to solid is when you get to crystalline. So anytime you're talking solid, you're talking crystalline. You think crystals are the woo-woo of like the crystals in the metaphysical world, but they're not. Silica is ground up quartz. Anything solid with few exceptions. In other words, crystalline is the amount of organization to it. So if you think of a volcano, one of the crystals can happen under any conditions. In other words, it's just the right elements coming together at the right. Usually, temperature is one of your biggest coefficients at it. So, for instance, when it gets cold outside and there's moisture in the air, you get the perfect snowflakes, and they crystallize perfectly, and they crystallize quickly, instantly. It doesn't take hundreds of years. You see it go quickly. If you try to freeze it too quickly and control the environment where it gets cold too quickly, what you do is you don't have it. It freezes into place before it has time to organize, and you would have an ice cube compared to a snowflake. So your temperature coefficient of, or coefficient of having it sit right there, that's when crystals grow, is when the elements are in place and the temperature and things are right on. And at that point, they grow relatively fast. Even your slowest growing ones are like a couple millimeters a day, and that's at a slow rate. But things are, as things either petrify or putrefy. And if they petrify, they turn into stone. And if they putrefy, they turn into elements. And again, they're going to work their way back into solids again, into rocks, granites, and that are just small microcrystals growing into each other. Your dirt, all of this stuff, salt, if you take it, it's all small crystals. Everything is made up of crystals. So when you say we live on a crystal, solid is crystalline. It's they just haven't really, they taught us how people grow. They how the egg and the sperm meet, and then the cells separate, and they do this, and they do it with the plants and how plants grow, but they really don't go into how rocks grow. And rocks do grow, and we grow them all of the time. We grow them in labs all the time to pretty much fake out the real ones in the ground. So it's something that we've been really specializing at. We grow diamonds all of the time now. We grow diamonds, and the way that we grow them best, by the way, is in low atmospheric conditions, not high pressure, high temperature. We tried that for years. We exploded a lot of diamonds. They grow better actually under low atmospheric. So it makes you wonder about Lucy in the sky with diamonds.
Yeah. So let me ask you, the heavy rocks that are really dense, like granite and stuff, you can bust them open, right? And you can see all kinds of crystalline structures in granite, right?
Granite is feldspar, quartz, and mica, I believe. Quartz, mica, and feldspar.
And it's just really dense, right?
Well, what those are three separate crystals that have different lattice structures, and they're growing from elements in the area, right? But the crystals don't, in other words, they're crystals that have different lattice structures, so they don't incorporate into another. They grow into each other in quick growing.
Right.
Again, they'll run into each other. So if you take granite and you put it under a magnifying glass, you'll see that it's just made up of a whole bunch of different crystals that are pushing against each other. All metals are crystals. All solids are crystals. We're just taught to think of crystals in a different way than they put some type of metaphysical craziness on crystals, when in fact anything solid, if it's not, again, like wood or again plant, you have vegetable, mineral, or animal, vegetable, or mineral. It's one of the three, and if it's a mineral, it's probably crystalline unless it did not have time to organize well. So again, like lava if it doesn't organize well, it cools quickly. It's like pouring water in a container, and it takes the shape of a container. But most crystals, it's not like that. What happens is they do not take the shape of the container. They grow out of the elements. And we could even go off topic here if we wanted to. I could show you videos of crystals growing in real life.
Yeah. Well, let me just
I want to go back to that map when we're done.
Okay.
Sorry. Go ahead.
The myth, the story we're told about growing up in New England is that there's all this rock that we're on, and it makes it tough to farm, right? And it also made it so that the Indians would make the Native Americans would make like the rock walls, in New England. They would like stack the rocks and they'd make like boundaries and stuff like that. And it was all this supposedly glacial till. And this story never really sit right with me, but the story was that the icebergs came across the planet, and that in the course it was carrying all of this rock from, I guess, up north, and it deposited it all around New England. That's the story that we're told for why New England is such a rocky area. But maybe it's all maybe all this stuff grows in these locations. Like big granite boulders don't get moved by icebergs over millions of years. They're grown in those types of conditions where all of those environmental things are satisfied. And if you're talking about growing rocks, it's like granite is a big thing in New Hampshire and Massachusetts, and that's really just a crystal that could have been there and just growing bigger and bigger and bigger all the time. Correct? Instead of coming down from an iceberg.
Oh my goodness, God, you're gonna make me take you off of a tangent, but yes, you are correct on it. Can I make you pull up a video? Here, pull up a video called, type in YouTube, Crystals Alan Holden 1958.
All right.
Or even Crystals 1958. Just look for Alan Holden's name on it.
On what? Oh, here it is.
Okay, I'm gonna quit sharing. See if I can tell you where to go on that. Sorry, people, we're taking off of our sky tangent again, but he's definitely making me do this with it.
We'll go back to it, no worries. Hold on, I didn't bring it up yet.
It's all connected at some point.
Yeah, all this is connected. Is this it? Is this the one?
I mean, what's causing the crystals to grow?
Well, we'll get into that. The elements being present, you're going to watch some grow. Let's see if I can get you some growing in a little bit.
All right.
It's a great video. Go like 5.5 minutes into it.
There it goes, growing the faces it wants to have, filling in the hollows and squaring off the rounded corners so that its boundaries are all flat again.
Wow.
Notice now
what
happens when two crystals bump into each other, so to speak. They don't push each other around.
Go backwards a little bit. Yeah, just so you can watch him what he's doing. Just a little bit further back so you can see him do his setup on it. This is crystals growing, by the way. Is that not beautiful?
Yeah.
You can go ahead and play it from there and let him go back and forth. I like that crystal.
Here to the microscope.
Is this good right here?
There's one growing, turning very slowly in the liquid as it grows because it hasn't quite sat down on the slide yet. It seems almost to push those flat faces ahead through the part that's still melted. Of course, you know that the whole crystal isn't moving and shoving its front along. The liquid next to the face is becoming solid and adding itself to the face. But it's doing this in such a way that the stuff added on also forms a flat face, so the crystal keeps its shape while it grows.
Wow.
Now, I'll melt this back carefully on the hot plate so as to leave just a little rounded blob of crystal. That rounded blob will be a single crystal, but it won't have flat faces. And I want you to see what happens when this cools down again under the microscope. There it goes, growing the faces it wants to have, filling in the hollows and squaring off the rounded corners so that its boundaries are all flat again. Notice now what happens when two crystals bump into each other, so to speak. They don't push each other around, they just stop growing where they meet because they've used up all the stuff to grow with there. So the boundary between two crystals isn't necessarily one of the natural faces on either of them. The boundary line just depends on how the crystals happen to come together. When the whole thing is finally frozen, you have a dense mass of crystals. Maybe no single one of them shows any of its natural faces, but the whole mass is made up of crystals just the same. Almost all rocks are made up this way. Granite's a good example. Here's a hunk of it.
Oh, perfect.
Let's take a close look at it. You can see grains of the different colored minerals which make up granite. Here's a grayish grain of quartz. Here's a grain of pink feldspar. And the little black flecks are grains of a kind of mica. And each of these grains will be a single crystal.
Cammy was right.
Notice that the three things don't mix together in the solid. They crystallize out in separate grains. Before I get through, you'll begin to see why. When you came in, I was melting some bismuth in a crucible over here, and it's been cooling. And crystals ought to have formed on the sides of the crucible, so that when I pour off the part of the bismuth that's still melted, you can see them.
We can do this at our house, Christian.
Yeah, I'm down for smelting.
Oh, wow.
Sometimes you can show up the crystals in a finished piece of metal by polishing the surface and then etching it carefully with something that will eat away the metal. Here's a cast brass door handle, which the manufacturer polished, and then over the years, the sweat on people's hands etched it, and now you can see the boundary between some of the crystals which make up that door handle. In most pieces of metal, the crystals are much smaller than these crystals because they've been broken up when the metal was drawn or rolled or hammered into shape. But metal is crystalline just the same. Well, so almost all solid things are made of crystals. In fact, if you ask a physicist these days to define a solid, he'll probably say,
okay,
solid is a bit of matter that is
we
crystalline.
could probably stop now on the tangent, but did that answer you on...
Yeah, that was exactly what I was talking about, the granite.
I love it.
Cammy, you're
Love
like
it.
an encyclopedia of hyperlinks and it's amazing content.
You're gonna have to share your screen again, Cammy.
Okay, this content or this video will share screen again. Oops.
Thank you, everyone, for being here.
Thank you, everyone, for
Much
being
love.
here and doing that. Very, very much love. This
So,
is
again,
the video that we were watching.
Another big piece of history, or what do they call it? Like natural history that they teach all of us about the glaciers that covered the whole world, and then they all were traveling across and carrying all these boulders and everything. All of this could be completely garbage, and it makes a lot more sense that the rocks just grew there. That why are the rocks there? They didn't travel anywhere. They grew there.
Well, your other thing that would be more apt to happen than the glaciers is that if you did have a large flood, if you had material that was not native to the area and the elements there and a deposit of rocks that didn't fit in, a great flood would definitely be one of the easier ways to answer the question.
I mean, it would have to be like a mud flood, to move the kinds of boulders. You see, it's interesting. So, up in New England, there are some places where they couldn't do anything with a huge piece of granite that they run into. And so they just like build around it. And you can see these granite pieces that are about the size of a house, like one big granite rock that they couldn't blast away. They couldn't really do anything but just like build around it, but being like the size of a house almost, at least a big size garage, and that's one boulder, and to move that thing, and all the earth that's underneath, you'd need something like what the frequencies that turn the earth into kind of like a liquid surface, so everything just starts sliding.
Well, that's okay. That's what I was gonna say. Is like you're making it harder on to move it, or manpower, or horsepower. If you start employing things like resonance and frequencies and electromagnetism and all like different parts of the spectrum that we really don't look into, then again, there are ways to move it that could make a lot more sense on it. So
I mean, some of those pictures of what was it? We had a guest on that was showing us the whole ground that it would kind of resonate at a frequency. Yeah, and then everything just starts to flow. And there are examples of it that they've recorded, happening. In locations where you can see the whole ground liquefies.
There you go, liquefaction.
And then just everything that's part of that ground just starts tumbling.
Do you know you're showing the video we were just watching?
I have it up on the screen and I can change it now. I wanted to do a shout out to have everybody that wants to learn about. These are things that we used to know about crystals, and certain people still know about crystals. I was one of them because I was somebody that was employed in the detection of telling ones that were grown above ground versus ones that came out of the ground. So I did appraisals on jewelry, and so people had, I was very, very well trained on how crystals grow, but it amazed me that with National Geographic and that if you go and buy a crystal growing kit from them, what you get is you get molds that you pour glass into it, and that's anything but how crystals grow. And then I look at what you're talking about, geology, which again, geology and the story of history and the way that rocks really work and how they really do grow, and again how it works in reality, they're two totally different stories. So if you want to know this story that they're not telling us, this is like from 1958, and you can grow crystals yourself at your house. I highly recommend it. You can grow rock crystals, you can all kinds of different things.
Just not crystal meth. Don't do that.
Just not crystal meth. Yeah, not crystal meth, but yeah.
Never again. No, I'm just fucking around.
Alum is for no. But no, really, really good stuff. That was completely off topic, so we'll go off of there. Where were we? We were on
fascinating stuff, Cammy. I love it.
Okay, so we were on magnets, and we were on that.
You were about to show a map. I seen a map.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, we did that, and we were going to do, there was this map here. Okay.
Yep.
What we were going to do is say that if you took the ferrocell out further, which we didn't do, which I should, I've seen it on some of Ken's videos where he picked up, and we pick it up. It's just hard to have the ferrocell, the angles, and get the photography on it. But let's go back to that ferrocell view before I pull this up, just to let you know what you're looking at here. You're looking at two dipoles, and you're looking at the quadrupole. So we're back in this picture, right?
Yep.
Right.
Let's just.
So the North Pole is in the center?
North Pole would be in the center.
Right. Okay.
South Poles. Now, this is interesting because I'm showing on here like two things that would be considered South Poles.
Right.
When in fact, the way that our compasses work, all of our compasses point north, which is really our South Pole or counter space in the middle here.
Right.
And again, all you'd need to do on this to make nothing work at the edges is run a boundary or a line around the pattern. And all of a sudden you can explain why all compasses would point to the center on our map. Just a side note on it. So we're in that thing. Now we're going to go to.
So would that
map 10.
boundary repel? So is it repelling to point inward, or is
What it does is it confuses the magnet or a compass. It completely the magnetic field because it's running its own electric field. It's an electrical wire. So if you had an electrical
and that's what
boundary,
happens, right?
it's creating its own
spins and all
magnetic.
that.
Yeah, it's creating its own rotating field itself. That we're going to go in that area real soon on it.
Okay.
But on this one, if we took our ferrocell and we put a pillar here, and we put another pillar here off of the map. Remember, it was off of the map somewhere. And I have reason to believe, I'll show you in a minute with the skies, why I could have the poles off where they could be set, that this pattern might be more. I'll show you with the skies on it. But this, I'm laying them straight across here, right? And so what you'd have is you'd have one of your dipoles here. You'd have your quadrupole in the middle here. And another dipole here. But what happens magnetically and on a CRT tube or on a ferrocell is this magnetic pattern that produces that you saw the quadrupoles in the patterns. It creates a sacred geometry outline. It actually creates, it pops out 4 corners. It does it by itself.
Nice.
When I drew in the 4 corners, I was looking through what I was looking at and like following the energy patterns on it. But I did not make up the 4 corners. The 4 corners are part of, again, when you put 2 pillars together, place them correctly, you're going to have a quadrupole in the center and 4 corners pop themselves out. So I'm starting to look at the earth as like the 4 corners, the pillars of the Bible. So you'd have your pillars, your 2 pillars that create this stairway to heaven or your vortex up. Popping out, you would establish it at your 4 corners. So I'm thinking you would have land masses here, here, here to establish your pattern. You're missing a big piece of land here. What I did on this map is this is also a distorted map. You guys are used to seeing the AE map that's just stretched around. And when you do that, according to what they do on land masses, we're compressing the top and we're expanding the bottom.
Right. The southern.
What I'm doing on this
southern
one,
hemisphere is like stretched.
Right. What I'm doing on this is I just took a picture of the northern hemisphere, and then I took a picture of the southern hemisphere with the south in the middle, and the southern one I just cut up into places. So these are both compressed views in a way. Your land in this would take up a little bit more space than they do in reality because they see it's a compressed view. Do you understand what? I feel like I'm losing you. So let's look at the map.
No, you're not losing me at all. I know exactly. Okay. I hope the crowd's not being lost. I know exactly where you're at.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
There would be a giant landmass at that one point. You know, like it's no, I'm right there with you. I'm not lost at all.
Okay. This one, we're going to throw on here because I did a ton of these little tangerines.
Sorry if you get background noise. My family just walked in the door, so.
No problem at all.
I'm going to keep myself muted.
This, what you have here is you have a little tangerine or tangela or whatever it is. And what I did on these is I drew grid lines on many of them and put in continents because I was trying to unfold the globe, take away the globe mystery, but keep us in space and time. Because remember, when people are moving around continents and they're moving around things willy-nilly, they're taking us out of time. We know that the sun is rotating around in a circle and places are in time. Yes. So if you wanted an idea of how to maybe do it is you would peel it from the bottom and peel it out. And if you peeled it out and did it like that, you first of all, if you took your top part and did it, you'd see that this is somewhat smushed, so there probably is a little bit more land and sea here to account for actual mileage. But this map on here shows, like these ones done, you're accounting for every single latitude, longitude line. I'm not healed on here, but pretend like you took your line you healed it, where they say you have your bulge at the equator. And what if they just had areas that were not on the map? We don't have any trade routes in these places. So when people are talking about our map having to be stretched, I'm going to say in reality that when we draw the circle and draw it out, we're drawing the lines all the way out. And we're making them wider. But by just even doing a little cut and paste here, that turning the map over, now my little lines are getting smaller. Now my little lines are getting smaller like they do in reality. So, you know, in other words, you can fill up the spaces that you want and have areas where every single line is accounted for, and you can travel everywhere you go without having to stretch. But it requires like just rethinking, like you don't have to draw their little lines everywhere. By opening it up like this, you keep everything in time, and you could make it in space, you know, with some
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Adapting it. But again, I'm showing you the concept of it. I intentionally am, this is quite old. And it's even
So this
sloppy.
magnetic field is following these land masses then, like.
Right, doing this. So now put where the dipoles are. Put one here, where you see your pole on Australia that you pick up on your map.
Right.
Put one there. Put your quadrupole in the middle. And put your other one off of the map here. Okay. Now, what happens is I'm not talking about a whole layer here, but I'm talking about your skies. If you go back to your skies. So again, you're like, one pole, two pole, three pole, one pole, three pole. Do that. Now, if you go back to your skies, I want you to look at something. What we're at is we're at ANDA, which is the American Astrophysics, whatever. This is the government side on it, but this is where they coordinate their data, and it gives the coordinate transformations in this. So I'm using their data, their pictures in this. But what's interesting is when I was looking at the skies and even how they describe the skies on, you know, interesting things, they'd say like, this is when the sun appears lower than the moon or things like that. So that became helpful later on. But going with this, let's look at what we do when we plot, when we're plotting the skies. So you're now an astrophysicist or whatever these people are, and you're plotting the skies and you're doing your stuff. So you're working on it. You're looking at your longitude, latitude, and this is how you plot the sky. Think of your panorama, how you see the sky. This is how we see it from our flat world.
Wow,
you have your perfect star trails. Let's do.
Yeah. Like the the star trail images that you were showing earlier.
Right. I'm going to bring that back right now. So if you look at that, remember how we plot the stars. Now remember how wherever you are in location, when we talk about different ways and different optics that we see like 40% of the sky at a time. And remember, on a globe, your sky is going to be much bigger than the Earth, the way that it like gets big and radiates out around. So the way that they even have us thinking in terms has got us all a lot, I think, confused about it. I think we should stop and say, first of all, what we see, like when we're doing our perfectly round star trails in the northern hemisphere, this is the portion of the sky we're seeing. You will see parts that when they do overhead, that they have the converging star trails.
So that's Polaris. Would that be like Polaris in the center over there? But that's what you'd be seeing if you were looking, if you were, let's say, in the U.S. looking towards the north, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm saying exactly. I'm going to say this is the whole northern hemisphere. This is your panorama.
Right.
So under Polaris. So this would be Polaris. This would be Australia.
This is amazing.
And this would be the one off of the chart. Again, this is just a whole different way of looking at the skies, but the way that we plot our skies is like this. And people, you know, when they're at Ecuador, they look up and their star trails are perfectly straight. You have, again, certain areas, you have the different areas.
So they're literally wrapping it around a ball.
So
and
I'm saying,
making those lines putting them on the ground as like.
I'm saying, what if before we take this data and we wrap it around the ball? I'm saying, what about if we took the easiest answer and said, what we see is what's real. What we're stitching together in a photograph is what we see on the sky. And would it really be wrong? You would see Polaris, you'd see the star trails exactly how people see them. And as far as this little motion here where your southern hemispheres, what if your southern hemispheres, you're seeing this is, let's do something.
Oh, you use Google too?
I do, and I use Brave sometimes.
I thought I was the only one that used that thing.
Okay, we're going to, this is fun.
Yeah, this is great. This is a great time. I'm just having to stay mute for a while because my baby's crying. So.
Okay. This one we're looking at, remember what we said at the side, your dipoles? You had your
right.
two dipoles on the side. Well, there's something that when the magnetics loop back and forth, it's called dipole loop. And what I found was fun about a dipole loop is, why don't you look at the symbol for a dipole loop and tell me what you see? I see
Let's
an owl
see.
with one eye.
Is it the top left one?
Nope, it's the one right here that I've got my cursor on.
It's kind of hard to.
How about now?
Dipole loop. What does it?
To me, it looks like an owl with one eye closed.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That was just a little fun side note, but yeah, dipole loop. What it's talking about is looping around the magnetic. So we'll go back to the magnetic.
Or a monkey looking through a telescope at you.
Or this is the same loop of stuff that if you went back to your ASDA, where did our other page go?
So that part that we're seeing, the loop, the southern hemisphere, that's heading towards the two pillars.
Exactly. The two pillars here, the two pillars here. Now let's go ahead and, so remember, like one of your rotations here, your center here, and your other one here that you don't see off of the map and we don't get.
So one of those points is a pillar.
Yeah, a dipole magnet,
right.
magnetic. So a pillar here, pillar there. And when I say pillar, I mean dipole.
Right.
Okay. Now. Go back to your declination map, right? Put your pillar in here.
Right.
Put your other pillar over there, right? Put your rotations that you're seeing. Let's see. Bring over those rotations again. I'm going to move them over it, but if you remember the like a dipole loop, in other words, we're seeing the same like stars or this, but a dipole loop, a magnetic loop, this is the same pattern. In other words, you would see the same stars here as here. This is one pattern that's looping back and forth, and this is a separate one. So does
Right.
that make sense, the
Yeah.
concept of it? So your stars that are looping between here and there are going to be the same stars, but the difference would be is that you'd have a rotation here that you would look at here. But when you look at your declination map, I know I'm making this hard to, if you're in Australia, these things also tell you where to look to see north and south. And you'll notice that where you are on land is where you're seeing, you know how you need to turn and have your camera pointed a certain way in order to get the rotation center?
Yeah.
Follow your declination lines. Where you're sitting on the lines is where you would do it. So in Australia, it would go there. But if you're on South America, notice you're going to be turning your cameras, turning your things out here. If you're in
Right.
Africa, you're going
Yeah.
to be turning here. So what if there was a rotation, your southern star rotation was actually a dipole loop, and your quadrupole location would be your dome over you. So
Yeah.
your sky went
Looking the
across
other
it.
way.
So let's see if I can.
Oh my gosh, this is awesome.
Does that? Oops. So it would be kind of like.
Man.
So let's put the pieces in there. So your pieces would be that, like, you talk about the grid and the stuff coming in and out. Well, let's start running magnetics through it and putting magnetics where we have magnetics. Here we have a dipole. Here you have a quadrupole. Here you have a dipole, right? So you're going to match quadrupole. You're going to have this rotation doing your north pole, your dipole rotation, giving these would be your star rotations as we would see the star trails.
Yeah.
So do you see that you would look over and that would see why your stars would rise and fall, because that's a loop coming. That is how we see the stars. And I'm saying, what if it's so easy that like what we see, what we photograph, what that panorama is, this would be just a loop of the same pattern. That would be a separate loop. Now your sun, moon, and that your Rahu and Ketu, remember that mirror scope? Put your mirror scope right here. Make this your dome. In other words, this your dome there. The one thing that we're doing is when we're talking about the domes, and you even look at domes on different churches and old buildings, you'll see that there's usually 3 domes. There's usually the center and the 2 smaller domes at the side. In all of your buildings and everything else. And so I think that we're missing the obvious, trying to put one giant dome over us, that it might just have an archway 1, 2, 3. Do you see what I'm saying? And that looking over you, that way when you're seeing your stars, you would see the rotation.
Yeah.
And that's your centripetal, that's your centrifugal. If I don't have them there, but this would be your quadrupole. Now your quadrupole, the thing about this is this rotation, taking it out. Remember, Rahu and Ketu, or your sun and moon coming down, they're going to be holographing down. In other words, like your mirror scope, they're going to be up here, but
so it's like the mirror scope upside down.
Exactly, exactly. So if you put your mirror scope upside down and had them like come through there, you'll see that they're following a different pattern than the stars. They're following the ellipse. They go between the ellipses, the tropics instead of the equator. They have a different pattern than your stars. Your star center is Polaris, but your elliptic, if you take your elliptic to where your constellations are, it runs your tropics. So you have different circles. Somebody who diagrams that really, really well is a JC, who again, they just released his stuff as a documentary. Flat Earth Banjo did. I highly, highly recommend it as a realistic way of looking at that. And again, some answers at doing the map. This is when people are talking about the map, I'm not changing the circle map, because even though I'm adding in the magnetics, and even though I'm adding in these shapes to
it's still there.
In other words, where your sun goes around in a circle and your ice wall, you have land, you have like big and small pieces of Antarctica and things like that that you would be able to land on where we have our bases, but where there's not land is going to get filled in a circular pattern with ice walls. So you would have your circle that's being cut out by the shape of the sun. So you would, again, have that circle. You would have your tridome. So again, that's one circle. This is a whole different ball game, but this is what I think, like on our the way you would see it on your Flammarion. I would go back to your Flammarion again and say that right here would be a side dome, and this is pointing to the middle where your quadrupole would be in the middle, 1, 2, 3, 4, circling it, because everything is circling around the center. Remember, this is inverted in here. Everything goes in reverse on a miroscope. But I think, again, your stars are going to be more attached to the magnetic feeling of the sky, or your star trails that you were feeling.
And don't they have like a similar pattern when it comes to the tides? If you look down at the it's like that declination map. When you look at the varying tides across
I've seen
the
a
plane.
map like that before.
Yeah, I showed it to you. Let's see if I have it with the... I'm going to have it. Keep talking a minute. I've got to see where oh, right here. Remember the pattern we just looked at?
Oh yeah, that's the one. That's it. Oh wow.
Guess what you have on here again? You have your quadrupole in the center, your dipole right here, your dipole that's off of the map right here, because they have to come together, and then you're looping around on here's your one rotation, and here's your other. Your tides definitely would follow. Now I want you to show a video. Remember your counter space in the middle? Your vortex in the middle created by your quadrupole right here. I sent you a movie that's the North Pole. It was like the first one I sent you, I think.
I would imagine you get all kinds of Northern Lights type of effects in there, because you got swirling like energy fields,
It's vortexes and interacting vortexes are working like perfect clockwork. The stars, are they sonoluminescent? Are they sonoluminescents that are below that are being reflected up like via the poles? Are they in the, again, I have two things I want to do. I want to do the North Pole.
Hey everyone, Paul is...
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. I want to do the...
You want me to play it with the audio?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
This is a video I saw over on Facebook. Hey everyone, Paul is back with another short video.
Oh boy. Come on, play.
Today, this is a video I saw over on Facebook, and in the description I've got a link to the video in the post by the gentleman, and I'll just leave it there so you guys, if you want to go check it out for yourself.
Sorry.
That's all right. I guess we're going to get the gist from it. What this is this is somebody, an old video that feels very, very real to me, but this is supposedly footage of the North Pole.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Very, very cool footage.
Like the dude's in an airplane?
Uh-huh.
Whoa.
Come on.
And there's something about this video that, I don't know, it strikes that Maybe it's because that's what I expected to look like, a vortex, and again, a way of pumping on the tides and an energy field that, again, you see I have working up and down.
Wow.
There we go.
Like a electrical tornado.
Right. Think of the inside of a toroid. Think you have your hyperboloid that looks like an hourglass. So again, that's your hourglass going through the toroid.
And who knows? He could be 1,000 miles from it.
It's beautiful, though.
Yeah, that is pretty wild.
I wish it would play better.
I have well, the next video that you can play straight from YouTube, so I think that goes faster for you.
I don't know why that would.
Maybe Bob can hook you up with one of those computers.
Oh, nice,
Hasn't he built a number of computers for streamers?
Mm-hmm. He has.
Yeah, maybe Austin needs one of those.
Austin needs more power.
I'm saving up and looking for something for more power. I don't even know where to look, to be honest with you. So,
well,
you might need a desktop.
Yeah, I'm gonna do all that when I move and get settled into the new place. You know, yeah, we're getting there. That's for sure. You know.
Okay.
You can send me. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, Christian, if you want to, there's another video we can play that I wanted to do that was by, it's the most recent one on Good Times for All channel.
Yeah.
Zach's channel. And it's the right-hand rule, and it's going to play into the way that we're looking at the stars and the energy patterns and some of the questions you asked about the river earlier.
Yeah.
And the directional flow.
Here, let me see if I can play that one real quick, because I just...
Is it the right-hand rule like the current flow?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Nice.
This is Good Times for All, or Zachary Zabala if you prefer. In this video...
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to play the YouTube version of it. Let me put it
Yeah, your thing works fine when you play the YouTube version, but it's when you're reading your disk and the file's local on your machine that it chokes.
All right, well, I'm going to pull it up 1 second.
More RAM. Maybe a solid state disk drive too.
I'm going to step away for about 30 seconds, and I should be back when you've got the video playing.
All right. I wish I had my keyboard up. I could have entertained.
All right, I'm bringing it up right now, guys. 1 second. And thank you, everyone, for being here and still hanging out with us. This is a lot of gravy right here. A lot of gravy.
It's a whole boat of gravy. It's like a gravy boat.
All right. Can you see that? No, you can't see it yet. Can you see it now? I took the chat down for a minute because I wanted to get a better look at what she was presenting. All right. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Hello, everybody out there in YouTube land.
Hey, Zach.
For all, there's Zachary Zabala if you prefer. In this video, we will take a look at the right-hand rule and our realm. To start off, I would like to say that there are 3 different types of right-hand rule when it comes to the dance we observe between electricity and magnetism. They describe how the two manipulate each other when certain circumstances are presented. We will focus on Ampere's right-hand rule, as it is the one that most relates to this place we live in my opinion. It was discovered that once a current of electricity starts flowing through a wire, a rotating magnetic field will surround it. As Ampere described it, He used the face of a clock for his analogy. Imagine you are the electricity traveling through a wire and flowing directly towards the center of a clock. The magnetic field will rotate the same direction as the hands of the clock, or clockwise. Interestingly enough, you can use your right hand with your thumb pointing out and your finger making a fist, similar to the international sign for hitchhiking. Your thumb points in the same direction as the electricity is flowing, and your fingers curve in the same path that the magnetic field rotates around that current. So if we take what we know about electricity and magnetism and look for similarities in the world around us, some things start lining up quite nicely. We know that we have a potential difference of electricity between the sky above and the ground below. We have a positive above and a negative charge below our feet. This means we would take our right hand and point it down towards the ground, as that is the way the current is flowing. We can look up into the sky at any given moment and draw similarities with the magnetic rotation to the luminaries above. All motion in the sky moves from east to west, or in the same direction that your fingers are circling when pointing your right thumb down towards the earth. Now, I am not saying that this is absolutely how the right-hand rule applies to the world around us, but these are just a few connections I have made while looking into the laws of electricity. This place is a puzzle beyond no other, and I feel this is a piece that should not be overlooked while trying to put it all together. This is Good Times for All here, signing out. As always, thanks for watching.
See you later, Zach.
That was good.
I think Zach's still here, actually. Yeah, that was a great video.
It's an excellent, excellent video. Again, it's going to just take you down into how you can scale things and how they work in reality and what it feels like when you start putting them into reality. So your energy flow and your dielectric, and your questions about like electricity flowing down, and I think that answered a lot of it. If you were going to go back further again, I'm going to share again.
So in that diagram, like, could the thumb be like the major component of like what people call gravity?
Absolutely. Okay, I'm going to take another. You have electricity and magnetism, and they are, when you run a electrical current, it creates a magnetic field. If you run a electric current through certain ferrous materials, they become magnetized and permanent magnets. That's talking about, so most people, when you think magnets and magnetic fields, all they're thinking about is that ferro action, or its action with something that's got iron permeability to it. Not
Right.
its action to water, not its action to wood or anything. That's just a ferro. But along with ferro, you have dia and you have para. So you're going to take that on both sides, on magnetism and electricity, because they really are different sides of the same coin. They work together, they create each other. You can create an electric current too by running a magnet through a copper coil, or that. Again, the two go hand in hand. So now, where was I going with that on it? On the right
Gravity.
hand, gravity. So we'll try to make it easy on this. So think of your ferro and your ferrocell as you're picking up that static pattern, like you drop the filings on it, right? And that's
Right.
just and because it's picking up where your metals are, where your ferros and that pattern goes, right? And it's
Right.
felt. Now think the other, your para and your dia. Your dia follows your right-handed rule, your dia is going to be a straight up and down, and that's what I perceive as gravity. And your para has got somewhat of a rotating swooshing motion, so you all together you come up with that toroidal field on it, but you kind of pick up your gravity, your electricity field going down. That's your dielectric acceleration, and that's that would definitely explain gravity.
9.8 meters per second squared or
Yes,
whatever.
accelerated. Yes, exactly. Putting in the number, so you would have again somewhat of a grid doing it. You say on the grid, and do I think it's created inside or outside or whatever? That's a big question that you asked earlier. I do know.
That if there's an energy source that's inside, like if it is a self-contained system, then possibly all of the energy is just like bouncing around and being refocused, and then brought up and then brought back down. It's a perpetual motion machine that's going on.
Well, do you remember, everything is pressure mediation? You have rotational fields that, again, as things temperature affects everything, as things rise, they get warmer or get colder, differences happen, it creates mediation. You have rain, you have wind, all of that is just nothing but pressure mediation. It's nothing but air rushing in to find where the pressure mediation is off. It's finding the low pressure field. So it's going to, that's what wind is, that's what everything is. So if you have as far as where the energy comes from, remember where I did the grids on it, did the quadrupoles and things going on there, right? So imagine putting two pillars on the outside. Am I sharing screens? Oops.
Not now.
No.
Very well. Right. This is some more of our art crafts. This is building out that if we did like the magnetic fields and things that we're looking at, and took the two pillars and popped out the four corners, we came up with building somewhat on looking on like an energy grid. If you took two pillars, you pop out the four corners, you have your tree of, you'd call this tree of knowledge, good and evil, or your tree of life down the middle. But if you look at like the electrical circuit and that it would produce, if you took out like your dots and put in dipoles or magnets, and there's your quadrupole created in the middle by it, and started adding in layers, you come up with something that looks like an egg. And what you are missing on this is you're missing your front and back view pillars. Remember, your pillars create the four corners and do it, but this pattern pops itself out and actually makes an energy grid. People ask me a lot on there, well, what about other worlds, and what about, do you think we're a contained system? And my containment is that it looks like what two pillars creates a petal of a flower of life or a Sephiroth, and if you take these petals and put them together, you get a giant flower of life, the whole pattern. So is your energy source, these are fractals, you can layer them together in many ways and put them together as pieces. Does your power source come outside? I almost think your power source is in, you're running an electromagnetic grid, that it's literally running electromagnetisms. You're creating the fields. Quadrupole, that little piece that was in the middle, remember that was that little clover in the middle of our map?
Yeah.
Quadrupoles, they have magnets. People don't think about magnets and crystals and the natural inherent properties to them. Quadrupole is really, really a fun one because its natural properties are it's a natural field extender. It takes an electric field or a magnetic field and it extends it and it stabilizes it and it equalizes it.
Interesting.
There's also things where they talk about it building like a little magnetic dome, but you would have on this thing, the one thing I would draw differently if I was doing on this map is I would take this dome here and toroid it in here and maybe make this more of a tri-dome for the stars, like we were talking about.
Yeah.
So again, think of a vaulted ceiling or a vaulted expanse on it, but you would have like an energy grid that would make a self propelling system perpetual motion in a way. What I have on this wood and the way I do it up is you'd almost look like religiously this would be Sheol or heaven. This is where your magnetics are hotter, more disruptive, your volcanoes and that going underneath.
Right.
You would have here where, again, the things are going to holograph into this area where it's all coming together, where we are the tree of life, that vortex in the middle created by those trees, again, doing it. It's taking your energy flows. You're getting through here your different energy patterns. If you look at this, where
wow, dude.
The lines that are naturally created by the Sephiroth that I didn't put in here, you would see that there is like a natural pattern of your tropics. Again, going in and out of the tropics and how it would come down to you on it. We talk about the projections too. One of the interesting things about our projections that happens in reality is, I know I sent you a picture at the end of it too, shadows that happen in reality and how we measure shadows. We have something that we should look into more on it is like, again, when you're in the tropics 2 times a year, there's going to be a time when the sun is directly overhead of you at noon. And I believe it's like about a 30-mile area. And this is what I need to look more into, but there are no shadows. In other words, when you're right under the sun, there is no shadows. And I have been in Lahaina for Lahaina noon. They call it their that. But somebody wrote back in the comments that what was this girl smoking to think that there was no shadows or there could be no shadows.
Uh-huh.
But there really is. Think about it. When you're between the tropics, when the sun passes directly overhead, there are no shadows.
Yeah.
Right.
And I had a picture I sent you in the chat that had a wine glass that turned into rainbows. But you'll see the people, it's famous, Lahaina noon. If you're looking, it looks surreal. These pictures are all missing their shadows.
Yeah.
Or again, if you have a tree, it comes straight around it. It's amazing. So again, we have some type of a physicality to our projection that you can tag a location between the tropics, again, where it's right overhead. So again, something to look at with our reality, that you can tap it that it's directly overhead and not producing shadows.
Yeah.
Something I would think would be impossible in the heliospheric model, but we won't go there. But that was, again, just something I thought I would throw out there because somebody challenged the fact that there was ever no shadows. And it's like, no, that really happens. And these are clues to look at physicality and, again, where things are. It's really important right now to do because a lot of people, I don't know if people watched Corey Kell's presentation at Plantoberfest or on Hillfesters.
Mm-hmm.
Outstanding. Yep. Outstanding.
Yeah, it was great.
That was good.
I'm still trying to learn that though. Jaron helped me understand it better when he I don't miss any Globebusters, so yeah, they're all great.
Hey,
go ahead.
Oh, I had a question, Cammie. I had a Ford that had a compass in it, and in the owner's manual, it talked about setting the region of your vehicle so that the compass, so that the compass was calibrated properly. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And they show a map that showed a very similar thing to like the clover pattern that you were showing of the dipole, the quadrupole.
Right.
And it was like almost saying that like North Pole depends on where you are in the in the world,
It
right? Like
does. You have to
you have
turn
to,
your body. You have to turn your body. That's why when we're talking about this star rotations and some of the solutions people are coming out with for the southern star rotations, you really have to turn your body and look at a very specific spot and point your camera there in order to get the rotations.
right.
And it depends on where you are on the map. That's what let's go back to that map again.
Well, I'm just wondering, like, does the compass? We always just think of the compass as pointing to one spot, but when you have a quadrupole, could it be that like you're pointing to the different edges of the clover leaf or something like that, and it depends on where you are in the world as to what you're pointing at? Like you're not pointing at a single spot, but like you're pointing at like one of the petals of the flower there.
Well, you're in a way, because you're doing it on land when you're actually looking at the sky. What your declination is the amount you need to turn from where your magnet is pointed in order to hit north. So like when I was in Colorado, I had almost no declination. I have this up on the map. It was like almost a straight thing. Now that I'm over in South Carolina, I have to turn from where my compass reads, I think 8 or 9 degrees in order to
Right.
hit from where I am on here. It's an angle in order you to turn from, and it's going to follow your magnetic patterns. Now they're somewhat static patterns, but they are changing. You'll see that the poles in that float and your magnetics split a little bit. When you fly planes and you land them, they number the runways according to the direction and the way that they're doing it. And so areas that they're changing more rapidly, you can track pretty easily by just seeing where they're renumbering the runways a lot.
Right.
So again, they make sense. I use this, and I like what Corey Keller is doing, and I use that too because of the fact that you're basing a lot of reality on it. What Corey Keller is doing is brilliant, and it's giving us that. So I asked him like specifically because I think it can be done with mapping, and people are already projecting forward with going mapping, not only disproving the globe but going with mapping forward. The important thing to look at when mapping forward with it is we need to make sure we know what the grid is that we're mapping to, because like right now, if we're using a map that the lines are of longitude are extending radial out like that, and in reality they're not measuring that type of distance, it could mess with. That's why I'm saying is I'm like throwing out that alternate possibilities that as Corey Kell, what he is doing is going to definitely disprove the globe, but I think it's going to throw some craziness at people. As far as I don't think it's going to work perfectly with the AE map. It could. I mean, I could be entirely wrong on it. It might work in the AE. Again, things work out in time. If you understand, like with what I did on like this map, it was the same thing as you have to fold it. You have to keep things in time. You have to keep things in time. I just have a hard time reconciling. We know that none of the sizes of the continents are correct, but I have a hard time reconciling where we stretch on the AE map and stretch lines out, and distance is accounted for so differently. Than, you know, in other words, an inch has got to, you have to be able to accommodate for this. One of the things on this map looking at, remember where I have your poles?
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that I want to find a different, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong thing. One of the things that I want to update when I do some updated mapping and again, we could do this on the star trails too, but something I've noticed something you notice on it is they're not on our star trails themselves, and again, this is mimicking the star trails, you kind of see that like 33-degree angle. It's not a straight line, and it's going to, I think, fix out some of the portions that I have wrong.
Does that make 33 segments?
I think we're going to have like that 66 and 33-degree angle right here. If you think of the angle here and here, instead of being straight across the cap of it. In other words, your sky, if you look at where your poles are. So again, here's your North Pole, but your South Pole, remember how on the map here, probably just throwing confusion, and I know I am.
No, I get what you're trying to say.
But do you get what I'm trying to say? If you go back to this is straight across from here.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that in reality, this is probably more of the poles are not reaching straight like this. The poles, where I have that pole, it's going to probably make that 33-degree cap in order to get the star trails the way that we see them correctly. It's probably not a straight line, and I have a feeling it will go with the mythology of the, see here, even on this one, squash, see how this is higher and these are lower?
Mm-hmm.
The poles are not a straight line. I think it's going to match, like, again, your Sephiroth. If you took it in both directions, it's interesting. Remember how I built it up and put the lands on it going up in heaven?
Mm-hmm.
Now look at it going across, and the poles, and then the pole that's off of the map, perhaps. And this, it could, the brilliance of the creation we're looking at. Do you understand
this is so
how
fascinating, dude?
How if you took how you took what we did and I'm making it go up, that if you took it the other way and made a dipole here and a dipole here and the quadrupole in the middle, it's the same concept. You can twist it just like when I added 2 pillars on it, which fell apart and we never, got completed on our toothpick and Play-Doh model. But with holding them, depending on the angle that you turn the Sephiroth at, you can get them to disappear. So if you look at Sephiroths, oops. If you look at your Sephiroth, you'll see that sometimes they're narrow, sometimes they're wider, and sometimes they have in the heavens and sometimes they don't on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You all familiar with the Sephiroth?
No, what is it?
The Sephiroth is in, it's like a very sacred, it's called the Tree of Life. And it's in
Are
Kabbalah,
these your
it's in Hebrew.
chakras?
So people have put them next to, people have laid this against chakras. They've put it up to everything. It had nothing to do with chakras. It had everything to do with the Bible and the Hebrew religion. And it's called the Tree of Life.
Okay.
It's in Jewish Kabbalah. And I'm saying, what if the Tree of Life is actually the physical construct? I mean, what if
the actual like Gaia? Earth.
Like, in other words, when you do this and do, like, when you're looking at these things, you can see the path, the sun and moon going between the tropics. And in other words, if you lay here, again, are you looking at, okay, look at the Sephiroth, which is the Tree of Life. Look at your wider version and your narrower version. And again, this would be on when you put your pillars in on how you turn it. But see your pathways there and how it goes now. Go to, oops. Go ahead, put your pillars in, put your dipole, your quadrupole. Now start laying them in the heavens and get it and create. On there you would create, remember your right hand rule? You're going to have your doming too, but you also have your flat surfaces for your dielectric planes. Otherwise, if you had a curved surface, you would have a curved surface underneath it. If you
Right.
think
I've
about
been
what
saying that.
right. So what you have to do is we're trying to, just like we're trying to reconcile this, the four corners with the circle of the earth, with the poles and all of the different stuff. But really, if you don't try to make it complicated, if you try to make it simple, the try to make it the four corners. The circle is where the sun goes around. Your pillars, your established tree of life down the center. You go up a level into, again, you'd have your stars that were above you on that dome, but you'd go up a level into your expanse of the heavens where you had your Rahu and K2, or the real sun and moon that are getting projected to us. You'd go up to another level and you'd have your highest heaven. And if you started stacking all of these, like I have with domes and a miroscope, you start seeing what you were saying, that things start magnifying themselves. So you really could, like when you look at the apotheosis of George Washington and people at the top of the dome looking down, really, if you were at that top layer, you could look to the four corners and look at people like grasshoppers. It would magnify. It's kind of spooky.
Yeah.
That miroscope that I
Wow.
showed you, and I was putting things in and putting at the bottom, I want you to keep in mind that it works actually better if you have opening on both the top and bottom. Then you lose the reflection of it. But whatever is suspended in there will project itself as above, so below. So if I
Interesting.
put
Yeah.
something in that vault, it will project like that sun as above, so below, and do different things with it. Again, that vault of looking glass has got some pretty neat kaleidoscope sky properties to it.
And it doesn't have, I mean, it's no longer an image, it's energy, right?
Right. So the grid, where does the grid get the energy from? Because I almost think that we're on a big electrical grid. Some people say at the Ka, or the primordial deep, or whatever. If this is, which they call the tree of life in the Kabbalah, which the tree of life, when you start putting it out in 3D, each tree of life almost feels like a petal in the flower of life. Again,
Yeah.
because they fit together. So again, I don't puddle theory and things like that on infinite plane, I don't really see it as infinite puddle theory, but I do see infinite, there could be a lot of flowers if we're just a petal in the flower of life.
Right.
Because my father had many rooms. Again, the Bible has got some of the best
Wow.
descriptions
Of
Hey,
creation.
can you go back to the declination map?
This has been an epic fucking stream. I just gotta say.
So here's your declination map.
Can you zoom in at the where the blue and the red meet? Right down there. Okay, so this looks exactly like what we see when we look up at the moon. We see that like almost
that crater.
That balloon being stretched, and the stratolines that are that's definitely, and it's almost at the same angle as what you see like the moon. And I mean, I always find that fascinating. It looks like it's a ball that's being stretched because of that section where the blue meets the red, and you see like a node, like a where two fields are meeting, and you can see those lines in the moon. Definitely, I'm always baffled when I look at that. Look at that. If you go to, I saw it in the. I don't. That one doesn't show it really well, but there it is, right there.
Yeah,
look at that.
Huh.
It's like it's being stretched, right? Or that's the meeting point of Uh,
Huh.
Do y'all want to know what I see when I look at the moon?
Wow.
what do you see?
Okay.
A
First of
crystal.
all, a crystal because of the fact that I know that in creation with vibration and that's what we create our crystals. With the crystals though, I see right here. Do you see right here? One, two, this thing that looks like a pyramid.
Oh
Do you
yeah,
see this?
yeah.
I see that as in 3D and magnetic locking. You've got another one going on here. So, remember when you were watching the crystals grow and how they would protrude from one another when they would run into each other?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. If you think of magnetite,
It's like they're being inflated. They keep their structure and they get bigger, but they keep the structure almost like you're inflating them from inside.
okay. Well, hold on. You want that picture there. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
That's it.
Okay.
That's like where where the fields come together, you know, like in that declination picture.
Okay. Well, this is something totally different. So I'm going to tell you what we saw. Those were where the fields came together there. But what this is we're in gemology now. And this is what's called a horsetail inclusion. And where this inclusion typically happens, and you'll see also something very similar to when you see something that's heat treated or fractured. Let's say you have the crystals growing together and you have a small crystal inside that's a different material, right? So
Right.
let's say you have a crystal, it's a different material. Now you heat this material and this one inside has got a different bursting point than the one outside. So it bursts out into it and creates breaks and strains because you have
Okay.
a different heating. Now, if you look at the sun and moon and put them in rotation, that if you think that when the moon is closer to the sun, it might be hotter, and when it's furthest away, it's coldest. And that's when you're getting the cold hologram down. You're seeing that it's going through a cycle of hot and cold, and you would expect in any type of rock to have the type of inclusions that would be, let's see, if we can get, when looking for treatments and that, one of the things they'll do to gems on the ground is they'll, this is immersed so you can see it better. Wish I could teach you immersion and a lot of stuff like that. But when you're telling the difference between that, remember those little pieces you're getting? Again, a lot of the times what they'll do is they'll heat the stones to improve the color. But when they heat it, a lot of the times it will explode little pieces in the stone. And so you can tell it's been something that's been heat and then healed. And in that case, I'd pay less money for it in that because of the way it
Yeah.
grew. I wouldn't expect to do it. But if you were looking at the sun and the moon and making them in reality like crystals, you would expect it to get hot and cold and to show those exact type of natural healing from something that's been heated and cooled. Because, oops, it's not letting me go on some of these pictures because that's what they really look like. So those fractures and things that you look like, to me, the moon, when I look at the moon, it really does. Everybody is like, the moon is not a rock and you can see through it. Well, I kind of think that the moon is a hologram of a rock because when we grow things in solids, we grow crystals. Rocks are crystals. We don't manufacture things. That one thing that I told you that had the points, that would be your natural magnetics right there. Magnetite hit by electricity. So if you remembered going onto the moon in high resolution, you'd want something. Remember when you do you're floating your levitating your things on your track. You know how you're making those magnets, your levitation.
The super cooling.
Uh-huh. Remember, the colder it is, the higher it goes, the warmer it is. Yes, quantum locking. Think of quantum locking in some pieces you'd want in on it. So you'd want some magnetics up here. The colder it is, by the way, on your magnetics, the colder it is. These, by the way, they call gravitational anomalies, which are another way of saying magnetic spots on it. But the colder it is, the more magnetic it is, the higher it would go. So that again would meet your moon phases when you put temperature right into it. But those spots you're looking at look just the same as what I saw every day under a microscope with rocks. This really does look, I know people don't want to hear that this is a rock. This things that you see that is cratering. The things that we see as those perfect little craters or pits, that's something that in rocks happens all of the time naturally. If you, with a lot of rocks like celestite and that, if you subject them to a briny solution, which is another fancy word for salt water, or a fluid, a saline fluid, they would naturally pit in those circular patterns. That's a natural pitting pattern. Pitter patter. Again, you can have electrical strikes in that too, but these things that you're seeing all look like natural things that happen through heating and through like weathering of rocks. And so this is where I'm like the least popular person in flat Earth. I think that the moon is a big rock and
well, let me ask you this. Like, is it possible that like that is a hologram, but the object, just like when you have that that hologram machine that you have, you know, you put an object at the base and it projects up there. Could it be that the object that is being projected is the actual flat face of the flat Earth that we're on? You know, like, and those could those be strata lines showing us like the pillars that exist on Earth, and showing us the fields as they are, as you know, as they're represented on Earth. If you were to look at it from, you know, way up, and that is the hologram of the entire Earth as we know it.
That's a very, very, people love that and they love the map on it. And I feel like a really bad, awful person on this, but no, I don't think that at all.
Okay.
I don't think that, because even
I don't buy that either, Cameron.
Okay. Even when you're putting it into, first of all, it's like taking some of the number one mistakes as far as that are easy to make, mixing and matching the heliocentric and the flat Earth model. And it's so easy to do, but the moon on our model is rotating around us in a circle. And even if you move it a layer up, think about where you see the moon and the moon sees you. It's never going to have a full snapshot of the Earth. It's never going to see it all at once. It can't.
Yeah.
Think about it. And think about it like really hard. It's small and local, not far away. So even if you moved it up a layer and you have a spot, again, you have spots, now you're crossing over in that, for it to be, again, for it to take the picture while in motion and while doing it and putting it together, and then come up with a map that, again, people can like try to draw the continents, but the continents and that they put on there, they have no relationship in space to where anything is now. And so they say, well, okay, well, this was maybe from a snapshot back in time. And I start going into
that doesn't make sense.
And it doesn't make sense.
But
that
it could be an indication that like the maps that we have are entirely wrong, you know, and the land masses look a lot different, you know.
Well, we're going to have micro pieces of it between plane flights and things like that. We definitely have good pieces that we can piece together.
Yeah.
So we know some general outlines. So we know there's some deception, and we know there's some problems with the timing and things like that. The moon, to me, if you think about, and again, maybe that's just because I've spent my whole life watching rocks grow. One of the things that we employ to grow crystals in laboratory is a crucible, a platinum crucible. We use platinum because of its high temperature, and you can grow sapphires and you can grow different stones and that in it. Again, when we're talking about a firmament and creating something out of metals, you almost would think you'd use the noble metals. And to me, your firmament is a perfect place to grow crystals.
Yeah.
It's an ideal crystal. So to me, it's hard to say that they're not rocks. And I think the moon is a rock that fluoresces, creates its own lighting when exposed to ultraviolet.
Right. And you think it's quantum locked, kind of like
yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's got magnetic quantum locking is on a track, and it's dancing. Here, I'll do sun and moon cycles. I think it's dancing with the I think it's dancing with, in other words, if you took your cycles here, and here, Karen, it's great. She did a lot what I did on the poles, that like do your poles here. That's nice. Karen did this one ahead of time, a long time ago. Thank you, Karen. We were discussing. So this, except for this is enlarged, so move it out over the tropics, right? And pretend like you're in Australia. And it's a new moon. So at a new moon, you don't see the moon. Now the sun is moving in circular patterns, and it's going to spiral in and out between the tropics, correct?
Yeah.
So in the course of the day, it's going to make a circle and it's going to come back, right?
Yep.
Go around, come back. In that same course of the day, the moon is traveling a little bit slower, and it's going to make the circle, and it's not going to get quite as full back. So at the end of day 2, at the end of day 3, at the end of day 7.
Right.
Okay, I want you to notice what's happening. Now I want you to put in some things on here in our firmament, and we're seeing what's happening. Let's make the sun, let's give the sun some qualities. Can we agree that it's hot?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and we agree that on the quantum blocking that temperature affects this.
Yeah.
We can agree that magnets, the colder they are, the stronger they are, the more in alignment. The weaker they are, the warmer they are.
Right.
The warmer they are, the weaker they are. Okay? Fluorescent lighting, we're going to tell you, is the exact same thing in fluorescence. If you can test this at home with your children's glow bracelets or whatever, if you want them to glow brighter, put them in the freezer. Exact same things. Fluorescent lighting, like magnetism, is going to be counterintuitive. The colder it is, the brighter it is.
Right.
Exact opposite of incandescent. So
right.
The stronger you get, it also has a Curie point where it will get too warm and turn off. So go ahead and let's put these in motion now. So you have it at a new moon. Also make it that the moon's circles are not perfect spirals like these, make these more petal shaped, because in the course of the month, it's going to go between the tropics instead of a year. So while this is making more of a circle, this is making more of a petal.
I'm just like picturing quantum locking going on up there.
Okay, now picture the quantum locking going on there. Quantum lock, take a big hit, big hash hit. Okay, and our quantum locking is going on, and our moon is going around, and as our moon is falling back, it's getting what? Colder because it's moving what? Away from the sun.
Yeah.
As it's getting colder, what's it doing? It's raising. As it's raising up, what's it doing? It's going to catch the rays of, we're going to call it the black sun here, because this is where I think it's happening in the firmament, not reflecting light, but interacting with the UV radiation, the ultraviolet things that we do not see, that are illuminating it, that are causing it to illuminate, much like I can do right now with a UV light and making something glow or glow in the dark.
So it's not like a battery.
Wow.
It's not like something that's been charged up and it's like losing charge as it's going away.
No.
Okay, it's actually catching a portion of the UV radiation that's coming from
Right.
the sun, but it's moving away, so it's getting colder, and it's
So why it's lower and weak, it's underneath it. You have it underneath the sun. But as it's starting to get further away, it's getting colder, so it's starting to rise. As it starts to rise, it picks up some of the UV beams.
its path.
And that makes that illuminate. When you see, now I can make you do this above your head because this is really neat. This works totally in reality. Like when we did that MellowDome dish and I made the phases happen, this is how it happens in reality. This I can make happen over your head, match the phases in the moon that you see in the sky. So as you do this, as you raise this and hit this with UV, if you looked at it from underneath, what you would see would be the waxing crescent. At the end of a week, it's now pulled further away. And now we're at the exact same height. So what's happening is it's illuminating exactly half of it, and from underneath, you're seeing the hologram of it, a half moon. Now it continues to get colder. As it gets colder, it rises. The fluorescent lighting gets brighter.
Right.
And you pick up more of the stream because now it is higher than the sun. So where you're picking it up, you're picking up from where you are underneath it, where it illuminates it, where the UV hits it. The UV is going to work and it's going to shadow very much like a reflection, except for it's not going to have a hot spot. So if you look at ultraviolet, here. Oh, wow, do I have a lot of screens up?
Doing lots of tabs.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to have so many photos.
This is great, by the way. Gamey, I can't tell you how many times I really appreciate this. This is some mind-blowing stuff. You're mapping out the sky for me right now. Like, I'm getting a more understanding. Like, I can't wait to go out tomorrow and just, like, look up at the sky now. It's like, man, I love it. This is great.
We'll tell you how to do it, and with Map Out the Story, you can see exactly where the sun is, the moon, and why you see it the way you do and the angle you do. Fluorescence in gemstones, and they glow depending on the nanometers. I mean, they get very, very, very bright. And again, you're used to seeing long wave, not the short wave that's filtered out, but they would have that in the firmament. When things fluoresce, you're going to have areas where things fluoresce more, things don't fluoresce, like bright spots that look like crystals, like you see on your moon, things look like stars.
Yeah.
Diamonds fluorescing. Thing about fluorescence is it happens in nature in rocks, but not with all of them. So if you're having rocks up there in the firmament that fluoresce, chances are we have a lot more of them that don't fluoresce, because more things do not fluoresce than fluoresce. But when you look at natural fluorescent lighting, you'll see that the shadowing and things that we observe with the moon happen, but the things that we would not see with it reflecting the sun like a hot spot, that doesn't happen here. You'll see the shadows where the UV doesn't hit it, just like we perceive in reality. So we're showing you that natural fluorescent lighting can be extremely intense. It can create its own lighting. And if you look at its description of the moon being its own light, receiving and giving back, it would very much describe the fluorescent reaction that you're doing with that, if that makes sense. So as it goes up here, now you're colder, you have your full fluorescence.
Right.
Full moon is at its very, very brightest, at its very, very coldest. As it falls back into cycle, it gets closer to the sun again. As it gets closer, what does it do? It starts to weaken, goes lower on the track. starts losing some of the things, so you're not seeing all of it. Pretty soon you're 3 weeks into it and you're down to it equal again. You have your last quarter. As it goes lower here, you'll get your waning crescent here going. Again, you can make this happen in reality with the petals. And as you get too close to the sun, I believe what's happening is the Curie point is being exceeded. The light's probably going out, so you're seeing no moon on your new moon because there's no
Interesting. Yeah.
hologram to see because there's no light turned on. And if it's a hologram of no light, there's nothing to see until you can pick up a little glimpse going around it. When we see the eclipse, I think is when you're getting a direct, remember these things, this has got a field, a magnetic field to it. I believe that what we're seeing when we see an eclipse is more of a Faraday effect, that the magnetic fields are crossing and we're getting, like I've done with the Faraday effect with you, where you just cross your Polaroid fields and your fields cross at 90 degrees and you lose light at that area. So I think that what we're seeing more with the eclipse is more than the moon right in front of the sun. I think it's more the fields crossing. Because again, if you put it into the mirror scope and see how things cross over, you can see how that would happen.
We
so that's
all
quantum
know.
blocking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We all.
Oh yeah.
We don't believe in coincidences, but what would be the link between the size of the moon, which you believe is a rock, and the sun, which would be the exact same footprint, in the sky, size wise? There's got to be a link, right, between the two. There's got to be some kind of otherwise it's just a complete coincidence that they occupy the same space in the sky, size wise.
Yeah, no, I think that they're probably about the same size, and I think the way that we see the eclipses and the eclipse sizes, like when we see what they call the Earth's shadow on the moon, I believe again that's the magnetic field you're seeing. If you've seen me play with a couple 3 Polaroid filters, I can recreate like that field with the eclipses. I believe that what you're seeing is the size of the shadow is the extended magnetic field around the sun. So it's not the size. The reason the shadow looks so big is because it's picking up the magnetic field itself, not the size of the sun itself, but the size of the field of the magnetic field around it.
So that would be at an eclipse, but like in general, if you take a measurement of the moon, it's exactly the same as the sun, right? Like the actual dot in the sky.
Well, the sun changes size.
I mean, they change.
Depending on atmosphere, and same thing with the moon.
Those were some of the parameters that were important that he was, Corey Kell was going over, is measuring like at certain angles in the sky where we're not going to have all of the, a lot of the known optical effects that you'll get closer to the ground. With the sizes and that, if you look into, and again, go and read the different astronomy papers and that, they'll say this is where, when I'm looking, I took this picture from here. Watch this.
You know how Globies will explain it? Like they'll say, oh, it's 93 million miles away, but the ratio works out just perfectly so that the sun and the moon are the same size.
They're back engineering. Your scientists are not stupid. What's going on is they're back engineering an impossible model.
Yeah, exactly.
Now that picture I was just showing you, if you remember on my screen where I put in, I didn't make that up. This is how they say the lunar nodes are. And so if you remember the picture and the Earth underneath it, so if you go back to my picture and that, when you read their stuff about the lunar nodes, oops, I've got things open so many times. they put in the angles and where you appear. This I just moved their artwork over on the angles. Would be interesting to like put into reality and have people do it. But they'll say while reading their stuff, I shit you not, this is where the sun appears closer than the moon. This is where
Oh, really?
yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Wow,
they
dude.
look at it and say, oh yeah, the sun looks closer here, but it can't be because that doesn't work. But over here is where like when they're measuring in distance, this is where it appears to be. So
Yeah,
they
all time and space gets completely right in that one spot, gets completely upended.
So yeah, what I'm doing tonight is like I'm giving you like some fun, easy solutions that are maybe some of the easiest solutions, maybe not right or wrong, but the moon phases I can make happen for you in real time above your head with a UV light and a ball. I do it for people all of the time in my office. So when you come over here,
Yeah.
here we'll.
I want to experience the moon phases over there.
You want to experience the moon phases over here? So you can say you're
Yeah.
experienced.
Yeah.
You have to record that. That would be cool.
I'm trying to.
We're gonna have to.
I'll get a
wrap it up
T-shirt
here
that
soon.
says "I got phased at Cammy's."
That's right. I know you guys are probably getting.
I want to keep going, but my wife went to sleep, and I still hear my boys loud.
Yeah,
and it should be laying down.
Whoa, that's
it is
trippy.
time.
Oh yeah, I have that. I have it.
Ah.
I have it. See, bam,
Bam,
right there. It's awesome.
This tonight's
that looks cool.
This is by a good friend of mine. I've known her since the day she was born. I was there, and I don't know on the comments, but tonight's show. Oh, you know what? I have it all up with her in Messenger. Oh, maybe not. I thought some of it was here.
What about it?
I put on their Kaleidoscope eyes, and she wrote, Cammie Nadell, perhaps that should be the title of this. And I said, Macy, or is it Kaleidoscope Skies? It plays well with both. So tonight's show, The Girl with Kaleidoscope Skies, this was from a conversation with an artist. If anybody wants to invest in good art, Macy Sigety, she's a photographer and is doing a studio, and she drew this, and maybe she's going to call it Kaleidoscope Skies.
Nice.
Nice.
That is so cool. Hell
yeah, let's put a
man.
link. Can you put a link to her stuff?
Her studio? Yeah, I will. I'll give you that for the show. She's insanely talented. Insanely talented.
That's kind of what I saw when I was on DMT.
We get into that.
It was like a grid like that, and there was like a veil, like there was something was being lifted by, and that there was like kind of magic happening underneath the whole thing.
That is kind of like a lot of people have described it. You've got your different layers here going. She, again, did an interesting, if you do your Lucy in the Skies, instead of, with diamonds. Diamonds, by the way, would see sonoluminescence well. I wouldn't rule out the stars being diamonds. But also, again, looking at the patterns, we went off track with that. But with the skies, it was just a new introduction or something different of what if the skies are what we see, what if, like, again, we're making it too hard, and what if this image that they take and then turn into a ball
right
really is what the skies look like. And
oh yeah, that resonates with me big time. I definitely see this, and the way you laid it out was just so perfect. It was just a great visual for me to digest. It makes a lot of sense to me because there's a lot going on up there that we can't explain. I was just having a conversation with someone about the southern star, the southern celestial pole, that he's like claiming it's a flat Earth killer, you know, and it's like
it's not.
absolutely
unkilled it.
not. Yeah.
The other way.
Hell yeah, you did.
You resurrected it.
Yeah, dog.
There are. Cool. I can't say that the other solutions are wrong and that the perspective is wrong. In other words, I don't know what the right answer is, but one of the distinct possibilities is considering that our magnetic pattern, remember the magnetic pattern again, 1, 2, 3, and again, now look at your trilogy there. Because the magnetic pattern points to two rotations, one that's a single and one that's a loop.
Yeah.
So it's a possibility. I think we should be careful looking at all the possibilities without locking. And by the way, again, when you lay this out on the AE map or whatever, it really does not change. Everybody is like freaking out like you're doing a different type of map. No, when you lay the continents underneath it, it doesn't really change the look of the AE map at all. The AE map is going to like keep itself in time. These are all like minor adjustments with like, again, how you see the sky or how you perceive things, but it's not changing this to a Pac-Man map or this is again just the view we would have of the sky coming down. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to be like really clear on that that people thinking that like the dissing on the AE map or that again, if you take the AE map and take even on that one that I
that
did
one
here.
Picture is perfect for it.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Just keep the circle on here. In other words, the continents and everything. I'm not changing the circle of where the sun would melt out or doing anything. I do have something off. I have areas off of the map, and I have corners and things that draw themselves in, but it's not changing the AE map really, other than trying to get it a little bit more refined.
Yeah, I love it. I think this is where we need to go. Like, you know, figuring out where we are, you know, and you're taking data from all kinds of places. You're just a wealth of knowledge, and I appreciate this show. This is a very good show. Thank you. This was great.
Now, Christian, when you do come over here for the Kaleidoscope Skies, or come over for the things, and you will do it. If you guys want to do it in reality with your sun and moon, all you have to do is go back to the sun and moon phases. Cammy's got too many things open. But if you think about, if you find your phase where you are in time, so find your where you are in time, really look at where the sun and the moon are at where you are, wherever you are. So I'm here, and take the apex, take the top of the sky. In other words, peek it up right above your head. Your head is the apex of your viewing circle. And that is going to be the other thing about when we're doing distances, is that is how we perceive distances, and do we really see like the sun and moon that far away, or is it projected in and brought in? But on this one, you're going to have it right at the top of your viewing peak, and take the sky as it goes away from you, tilted away from you. So bring it down. So you're going to actually physically bend the lights, these lines down. Like they're around you, you're going to bend it down. So you're going to take whatever phase you're supposed to be at, not bend it the amount that it should bend as far as going down on the horizon.
You're going to be creating your
tint around you.
Your perspective, right?
Right. When you're
building your personal dome.
You are. So when you build your personal dome, when you dome your sky around you, knowing that like as things are further away, they're lower on the horizon. So if you straighten them back out, you'll see that it will line up perfectly. If you put it in the diagram with what you're seeing, is going to be exactly waxing gibbous. In other words, and it will also match like where it is in the sky. you say like, well, sometimes it looks like it's straight up. Well, certain parts of the sky, when you tilt it up as you get further to the horizon, guess what? That's going to tilt up or down. Tint it with your sky. In other words, tilt the phase, look at the picture, tilt it with the sky, making you the center of it, and your phases will all, you can match up exactly where the sun is, where the moon is, and it will all work out. Perfect timing every single night, every single day. I know because I've sat and I've done it. And then I've played with little balls and mimicked it over my head. So there you have it.
There you go. I mean,
I love it, man.
And I'm going to make Christian come over and do it too.
yeah, totally. I can't wait.
Hell yeah.
Well, I love your idea of doing a Friendsgiving before the 21st, and I can't wait to see you and maybe take a walk down to that river. That looks fun.
It's not even a walk. It's just my backyard.
It's your backyard, yeah.
It's my backyard. The warning is we do have the nice river.
Yeah.
Oh,
we lost you.
You lost your audio.
All better?
Yeah.
Yep.
Warning is what?
The warning is the river is wonderful. There is a highway on the other side of the valley that you hear, and if I could make the highway sound go away, then
we could do that. We just need silencing technology, like
right.
Bose noise canceling. We could do a dipole in your backyard, which would actually cancel the sound coming in.
I think that's a great idea. Add somebody
two pillars in your backyard that will acoustically isolate your house.
I think we should work on it. I think it's an experiment.
Yeah, put you into the cone of silence. It'd be like the Get Smart cone of silence. We'll do it with dipoles.
I like that.
Well, it'll be great, and I can't wait. And this has been a great show. Thank you so much for going over. I love the fact that all of this is based in like observation, or what do they call it? Zeitetic or whatever, just the things that you can see, and creating a realistic, something that you can reproduce over and over again. And, there's no theory in that, it's observational science that you're basing all this off of. And I love that. I've always been really exhausted with the scientific stuff that they feed you in all of the mainstream, where it's all just theories of things, and you have to stretch your imagination to try to get it to fit what we actually observe. That's garbage. It's like you have to trust the scientists that it all, it's like, but we don't see anything like that. This is what we see star trails that look like this, and that's what you're building off of is observational stuff that you can see, and you can prove it right in your own backyard or in your house over my head, like with the models that you're building. I love that parabolic thing too. That was pretty amazing when the light source from behind was appearing to just like, be in that parabolic dome.
Absolutely. Yes. Incredible. Do you have my screen up right now, or can you put my screen up right now again? I'm just always
right
strange.
Here. Got it.
We're just playing with the camera. Hello, everybody. This is me just playing with the camera on my desk.
Yeah.
One of the other things is like, I know it's time to go, and I know everybody wants to go.
No, you're good. No, you're good.
I want people to know like just how incredibly cool stuff is around them. So when we talk about magnets in the fields, and I talked about the field stabilizer and an extender on the quadrupole, and all the fun little different functions on it, and they change in temperature. They have a whole set of optic properties, and I know we talked about like eclipses and Faraday effect, which, by the way, for those that didn't do it, I'm just doing a camera here. Oops. That's kind of Faraday effect is just doing it. But when you're looking at the screen right now, do you see that circle you see?
You mean like at the top of the guitar?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's not really there. One of the things that magnets and crystals have in common is magnetic fields create optical phenomena, much like crystals can too. And I'm doing this via a crystal, but this is called optical circling, and a magnetic field is capable of doing this. It's called a magneto-optical effect, and I'm showing it to you via a crystal. But if I'm just showing you a crystal on that and circling it, when I take the crystal away.
Oh, wow.
Guess what? Yeah. So when people talk about Faraday doing
Wow,
all the
dude.
different effects, these are just magneto-optical, or they're just optical effects, meaning how you see things.
Yeah.
I just changed how you saw it right now. Now it's a partial circle. But these effects do happen around electromagnetic.
I've played a guitar just like that.
Did you?
Yeah, it had a crooked neck.
So, yeah. Or here, like we did.
That is wild.
See the two guitars?
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh. See how it's just one guitar now?
Yeah.
See the guitar move?
Yeah.
I'm
Look
not
at that.
moving the guitar. Look at how the two guitars are moving separately. This is why I think that Corey Cal can use the sun and not the moon on their observations. Because remember crystals and different properties things have? One is doubly and one is singly refractive. Things like this, you're going to get optical jumps around magnetic fields. So clear it up. But these are, again, things that happen in reality, happen on my desk all day long, and change the way that you look at things. So when we're looking for answers, I think we should be looking for answers with the stuff that's out there. And the stuff that's out there are crystals and electromagnetic fields and electricity and stuff like that, not computers and programming. So
yeah. And if you're looking for a handmade guitar, just give John Cruz a call.
That's right. 763-301-9738.
I bet you they're amazing. Seriously, a handmade guitar is you know, something. It's a work of art.
Yes, it is indeed. Gets into resonance and sound and things, a whole other show. But you know what? It's now 11 o'clock.
That's the next show is Resonance. How about that?
Wow.
Yeah, I like that.
And we'll start out maybe like we'll get some acoustic samples of John's work in action. The John Cruz handmade guitar.
That would be awesome. That would
well,
be
Cammy,
awesome.
You're always welcome here on the MellowDome.
Not anymore. I kept you 4 hours.
We did a double. We did a double show tonight.
Yeah, I was wanting
times
you to go all out. Really, this is great. This is what needed to happen. You know, like, man, dude, I'm telling you, this was really good. I really appreciate it. Everybody in the chat really appreciate it. This was a lot of gravy tonight. A lot of people are gonna go back and listen to it. My son is in here. All right.
I'm going to pack a fat bowl right now.
Yeah, you get your daddy back now. It's time. That's right. The MellowDome. It's time. You guys, thank you everybody for having me.
Thank you so much, Cammy.
Yeah, thank you, Cammy. We'll be in contact. I'll hit you up.
I am literally 20 minutes down the road, so tomorrow if you're not doing anything, come on over.
Awesome.
All right.
All right, everybody. Peace and love. Sunday, 9 a.m. And then next Wednesday, we're going to have Tommy, that flat fellow, on.
Nice.
And we're going to have some even more gravy next week for you guys. So
another South Carolina classic.
Hell yeah. A bunch of legends out there. All right, guys. Peace and love. Right.
Peace out.
Peace out, everyone.
Oh, sorry, boys. All right. Later, guys.
Later.
beautiful place we've created in our minds to explore the world around us, the oceans and the skies. We want to reach out and connect with humanity, with beautiful souls, truth-seeking minds, open eyes to see. Yo, why they always trying to clown us like Neil deGrasse so-and-so? They must be joking, cause the bears they've been poking, they are walking far from broken on another level float. Got to keep the truth flowing, cause they'll be choking as we keep quoting all the facts we've been told, cause the truth is potent, and the globe is broken. We are still, ain't no motion. We know that we don't know. Ooh, that's how we grow. We stop fighting with ourselves. We learn to let things go. Now we all come together in this moment in time. For fellowship, to share the truth, to relax and unwind. So, gotta keep the truth flowing, so you'll be choking as you're quoting all the facts we've been told. Because the truth is potent and the globe is broken, we are still, there ain't no motion. The MellowDome is spoken, so take it back, take it home, hit us up on the phone, cause you don't have to be alone. Welcome to the MellowDome. For the world around us, the oceans and the skies, want to reach out and